Hey there, how you all doing today? So anyone who may have noticed that I previously went live and now I'm doing it again, I'm just going to turn off emote only mode. The reason behind that is I thought in my great infinite wisdom that I had, you know, casually I was gonna be fine. Essentially, what happened was I had to do a restart of my computer. Now, I've been advised to do this in the past, do a restart of the computer before streaming, but I was like, oh, it'll be fine. Who needs to restart before they start streaming? Not me. Who's heard of this? Well, I needed to. Because my computer was like, you're dropping frames, you have too many things loaded. And that's because my computer, I don't turn my computer off, essentially. I never turn the thing off. It was just like sleeping. It was like, I put it to sleep. I don't turn it off. And as a result, it was just like casually having a meltdown. It was like this minor meltdown that it just couldn't quite handle. And I was like, alright, fine. You know what? It's okay. Who needs to worry about this? But I was like, you know what? Based on the fact that in previous, incidents, I've had the problem of, constant frame drops, constant crashing, and I'm like, no, we're not going to deal with this today. Today is not the day for the dropping of the frames. Now, anyone who's here, they may know that I've been kind of absent for about a week and a half. Almost 2. Normally I stream on Friday and Saturday, and I finally decided, you know what, let's try and make a proper stream schedule again. Even if it's just a couple of days a week, because I had to do a lot of assessments. I had to stop for a while, and I'm like, you're always going to have assessment. You're a uni student for at least the foreseeable future. But if you're on mental well-being and state of mind, it's probably a good idea to set it back up again. Because I happen to enjoy having a schedule of sorts. It was just calming to me. I like to have plans, know what I'm doing, know when I'm doing it. So anyone who knows anything about me knows that I love Animal Crossing. Not just a little bit, kind of a continuing, never-ending, adoration for the thing. And it's not small. I've been playing Animal Crossing for probably most of my life. Probably most of it. And it's... How do I put this? It's the one kind of game that I've continued to almost constantly play since early in my gaming life. Now, I didn't own a GameCube. I didn't have a lot of the early gaming systems. So I recently have started to buy a lot of the older games as they become available, which is actually the main reason I've considered the expansion pass thing that, redeeming second, are we? Not redeeming first? It should still be available as far as I'm aware. Yeah, it's still there. I see you're redeeming both of them. Well done. So yeah, anyone who knows me knows that I've always loved the game. I did briefly have a small minor breaks in between. Is my alerts going off? Undo. I don't know if that went off. I can't personally hear it, although it could just be my personal volume. My volume's being weird. Alright, let's play that again. I'm gonna play it again, just out of my own, minor curiosity. No, I can't hear it. I'll have to deal with that later. I don't know if you can hear it. Okay, you can hear it. Alright, so it's just my headphones, because I restarted my computer, and it was being, special. Let's see. Great. technical difficulties for the win. It's whenever I restart my computer, this is why I don't like restarting my computer, essentially. This is essentially why I'm not a fan. It's not my highest. I can hear that, but that's playing on my own computer. It's. I'm gonna put some music on so it's not just like the never-ending quiet of my mental thoughts. 'Cause hopefully you can hear that. I'm not quite sure where the sound alerts are going, but I'll test them when I'm later on. I'll do a whole thing. Anyways, how are you guys all doing? You can hear the clicks? Yeah. What even is technical difficulties? Technical difficulties? Who is she? I don't know her. But I'm glad you all got gnomes. Okay. It went off, I just can't hear it. I can live with that. I can live with you guys hearing it even if I can't. As long as, it's still, outpouring into the universe. Alright, cool. So you can hear the other stuff. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah. So, this Animal Crossing Direct, it came out, and I've watched it at least once, but I've kind of, I've gotten to a thing of, I took a break, and I was like, you know what, I gotta rewatch it again. I need to do an analysis of this thing, because I've seen, bits of it. I've had it playing in the background for, listening to other people's reactions of it, because I love Animal Crossing, and it is such... It's such a part of my life. I don't know who I'd be without Animal Crossing. Honestly, it's the thing that's gotten me through so much in my life. I've had it around forever. I've played it casually for the most part when it came to I say casually in I'd play it every day, but I wouldn't I wouldn't spend it wouldn't be the only game I played. It wouldn't be something that I wouldn't, do other things around. And I missed a lot of holidays and stuff as a result. This Animal Crossing New Horizons, I have devoted a bit more time to it, but that's because pandemic happened right when it came out, so I had time to devote to it. And it was just it was something that I could center a lot of attention on. So yeah, it's a greater thing I've focused on and off. And I'm okay with that. As a result, though, it has become a bigger part of my life than I expected. I've always had criticisms of New Horizons. I've never been this is the perfect game. I'm so excited about it. I've had major criticisms about this game because of stuff that's just been missing. Things that I felt were left out, things that I've felt should have been added in earlier on in the game. When you get a game and it's just oh, you want a gnome? Okay, I'll add a gnome. Alright, gnome time. Where's the gnome? I know it's here. Gnome. Okay, we're gonna add you. It's just very big. I always forget how big the gnome appears, and I'm like, oh no. Gnomey. Here's a gnome. I hope you enjoy. No one ever claims the gnome, so I'll make it bigger for you. It's one of the rare times someone has claimed a gnome. Yeah, who needs to see the streamer? Let's just stare at the gnome. The gnome is the main important thing here. Of course. I swear if they added, more gnome types, I don't know what I'd do with myself. Because of, the gnome hunt I arranged on my island, I'd just be like, where do I even put you? Where does it go? Set an overlay for just a gnome. You know, I might actually do that. Make a whole scene just for a gnome. I'm somebody gonna do it. I just need to figure out how to make that flame effect on stream, you know, where it's like flames, and I'll just like put a picture of a gnome. You know, it's in the works. I'm thinking about it. 462 gnomes, God knows. Yeah, what would I do? I just have to redo the whole thing, you know? Which, incidentally, is something I'm actually gonna do. I'm gonna redo the whole island. Based on everything I've seen, I'm just like, you know what's happening? Yeah, I'm just gonna clear out every single room. Every single square of the island is gonna get flattened, and I am just going to redo the whole thing. That's it. I've come to this greater, like, thing about it, of just like, the gnomes are in fact, like, the whole island's just getting removed. It's just time. It is time for it. Because of how much stuff is getting added into the game. It's kind of helping with my, like, the criticisms that I've had, because from what I've seen and the analysis of so far of it, it's like, it kind of, the couple of criticisms I still have left seem a lot more minor now, considering all the things that have been put in. A couple of my critiques still stand. I still think that if you're not the main villager, you should be able to move all the villager houses, add bridges, and do the main event stuff that the first villager can do, because there is this problem a lot of people have. In fact, a lot of people have solved this by resetting the islands, their island, because, like, they started an island with family members or, like, partners, and they just never played again. And so they've just, like, restarted the whole island and made themselves the main villager. Nothing wrong with that. And then made a second house for their, like, partner or sibling or whatever on the new island, and just been like, cool, if you ever come back, here's your house. I'm gonna decorate it while you're not here. But for the most part, like, I still think that it should have been, like, every single villager on the island can do all those things, but it was kind of the same way in New Leaf as well, though. Now that I've thought about it, like, you had the mayor, and they were the only one who could do, like, setting project work, like, public works projects and all these other things, but every single villager could contribute money to it. So I've kind of, like, I put a pin in it a little bit, is, like, that was the main criticism I have left. Apart from that, this direct seems to have, like, muted a lot of my problems that I was having with the game, a lot of the things. I still miss, like, the mini games from New Leaf and some of the earlier games, but I'll get over it, you know? I'm fine. Considering how much other content's being put in this game, I'm sure that I'm not gonna notice. Like, I'm positive I'm not gonna pay any attention and be like, oh my god, you know what's missing? That, like, Deserted Island minigame from New Leaf that came over from Welcome Amiibo. I'm sure that, like, in the immediate time that I actually desperately need to play that, I'm just gonna, like, you know, play New Leaf. It'll be fine. I can move on with it. It's a serious issue. Too many gnomes? No, there is never such thing as too many gnomes. I have 56 gnomes on my island hidden. I thought I had 50, so, like, I did the math on it, and I was like, oh yeah, there's, like, 8 types of gnome, and I'll put, like, 7 of each gnome on the island, right? And that'll be 50 gnomes. It's not 50 gnomes. In case you're wondering, it is not 50 gnomes. It's 56 gnomes. Because I was like, oh yeah, I just had them dot pointed all their locations in a Word doc, right? I was like, here's all their locations. I have it all written down, point by point, where they all are. And then I, like, highlighted the whole lot of them and gave them all numbers, because I was like, I need to copy it over into my score sheet to keep track of it, right? And then I found out, oh, silly me. No, it's actually 56 gnomes. You just can't math. I can't math. I literally can't math, apparently. And so I was like, great. You just, like, skipped, like, 6 gnomes. And you've been telling people it's out of 50. And it's out of 56. So my gnome hunt's there. My dream address has been saved with all 56 gnomes. I'm still waiting for the right weather day, and if I don't find it by the end of August, I've written down a couple days where it rains on the island, and I'm actually going to go back to those days, to the time it rains, save the dream address, come back to the damn on, regardless of the fact that it's time travel and it's going to fuck up a bunch of things on the island. I don't care. I literally give zero fucks about it. I just want to save the dream address in summer on a day it rains, right? And then move on with my time. Because I want to go into September and start moving forward in preparation for this, for all the new content. What I want to do is hopefully it's not time locked the way Mario stuff is time locked. And so if it is, though, I am just going to move forward to March of 2020, like when the Mario stuff came out. I'm just gonna move forward the year, screw the fact that like I've missed all this time, and I'll just like I've celebrated my birthday in the game for this past year, like 2020, because my game is still in 2020. I will just move it forward to my birthday for 2020, like skip a whole year. I don't even care. Once I've celebrated all the birthdays, I'm just gonna move it forward. Because I think I've celebrated every single person's birthday now except for me and I think one other person. But I'm like, I don't care enough about it. And like, they're gonna have another birthday next year. And it's not like in New Leaf where it's like I think in New Leaf you had to have a birthday on a Saturday. Or it was like the closest Saturday to your birthday or something. I don't know what the birthday thing was within in Cake in like New Leaf. It was like a whole different thing. I really needed to check into that, whether or not it had to be on a Saturday, because I tried to do the math of like when the next Saturday to my birthday was and the likelihood of me getting KK birthday, because I don't know if it had to be on a Saturday. I spent a long time obsessing over like how many years until my birthday would next be on a Saturday, and it was like 6 years, and I was like, can I wait that long? Am I okay with that? Anywho, that whole operation aside, we're gonna rewatch the Animal Crossing Direct. Like, I know I'm staring over here, but like, yeah. So we're gonna rewatch the Animal Crossing Direct. I'm gonna write down all the new things that are in this Direct, and then we're gonna talk about it. I might even go back a second time and talk through it bit by bit, because I'm like, I want to analyze this thing and talk about some of it, because it's just the kind of week it is. Like, it's rare for us to get so much new content. I'm gonna reserve my like analysis until after the whole thing's played and I've kind of like mulled over it all again, because it's been at least the last time I rewatched it was like 3 a.m. this morning, and that was like a reaction as I was going to sleep, so I don't know if it counts. But I really wanted to see 3 specific people and how they were going to handle it, because they're so wholesome and such big AC fans like me, and so I wanted to know how they would feel about it, because it's just, there's a couple things in this that I'm specifically kind of like, it's giving me ideas, and the fact, like, alright, we're just gonna watch it in a minute, but before that, I want to complain for one moment about my desk at work. So I'm not someone who loves change. I'm not a big, oh hey, you know, like, I'm not spontaneous. I'm not a person who loves change. I don't like things that randomly will like happen. I'm not someone who handles like random occurrences well. Like, if I'm at work and thunder and lightning starts happening, I freak out. If like, I can like pretend for a while, but eventually it catches up with me. And so I had to change desks at work again, and it's just, I'm not a fan. I don't like having to move and change, and I don't know if anyone else handles change as poorly as I do, but I briefly remember like when I was a kid and I had to move countries, I handled it so poorly. I was such a pain in the ass to deal with during that time. It was like, I was crying and like listening to sad music. I was getting all like mopey. My parents bought me off essentially at one point, because they're like, look, we know you're moving 3 days before your birthday, so here's some expensive gifts. More expensive than probably anything I'd ever been given ever. Because we weren't exactly what you call rolling it. Like, we were doing fine. We were middle class people, but we were on a budget. So we were like middle class, but with a budget. I lived in sweatpants most of the time, because there was something that like you could buy in bulk, and if they got ruined, like, no big deal. No big problem. It's all fine. I still live in sweatpants. I'm not even, like, there's no joking with this. And then I had my, like, church clothes. Because we still went to church in those days. My mom was in the choir. So I had my church clothes, I had my everyday clothes, and I had odd other nice outfits for school. For, like, if we had, like, a sock hop or, like, some kind of dance or something. But I did not handle that change very well at all. My parents bought me off with a My Twin doll, which, by the way, if no one knows what a My Twin doll is, they're a little creepy in hindsight. It's essentially me at the age of 8. You have to send a piece of your hair, like, so they can match the hair color. You have to write across where all your freckles are and, like, any facial features, and they'll paint them onto the doll. And you tell them your eye color. And you can buy matching outfits. So I have a My Twin doll that I had 2 matching outfits with because we couldn't afford the outfits. The outfits were expensive. It's all related to the My America Girl. If anyone knows the My America Girl series, like, where they did girls throughout history, which, by the way, so cool them doing that. Having, like, a lot of different girls across history from all ethnicities. I think it is an amazing thing. Keeping that in mind, the clothing and dolls are not cheap. They're not, they're worse than Build-A-Bear. So when I got a My Twin doll, I could afford one outfit. I chose pajamas. It was the safest bet, because it was probably the only time we would probably look as similar, because I didn't, like, carry my dolls about. I carried my stuffed animal about. I didn't carry all my dolls about. I was not a doll carrier around the world kind of a person. So I had this doll with me, and the other outfit I have, which is not a matching outfit, is her hospital gown, because when she got injured, because I injured her on the way from, like, where my home was to our new home, because I was carrying her by the arm, and her arm popped out of its socket, and so she got sent off to the hospital, and she came back with her arm in a sling, and with, like, a hospital gown on. Really cool, by the way. Not even gonna lie. I thought that was a nice touch. So she got fixed. She sits in, like, a room over there with, like, my mom's dolls, and it's like 8-year-old me, and like, I refuse to watch any of those movies where it's like a doll's possessed, a doll's taken over by the spirit of a child. None of those horror movies. I'm not having it. I'm just like, no. These dolls are not, in fact, going to take over me. I'm not here for it. Thank you. Next. Oh my god, Kai. Kai, what are you doing? How are you doing? Hey. I saw you were playing Animal Crossing. I was actually in your stream earlier, and I was like, I gotta go. Hope Kai has fun. Thanks for the follows. You can't see it because I've got these things up here. Let's see, badge. There we go. Those are, now you can see it. But yeah. Hi, people. How are you doing today? How was Kai's stream? I think you were doing Animal Crossing, right? There you go. Yeah, you were playing Animal Crossing. How did Animal Crossing? I'm good. I had, like, work and, like, uni stuff, and so I've kind of been a little absent for the past week because I spent, like, a chunk of my time just, like, working on assessment and trying to study. Yeah, I want to rewatch The Trek because I'm like, it's time. Like, I haven't rewatched it in, like, a good 12 or 16 hours. I watched it at 3 a.m. this morning, I think, and I was just like, it's time. We gotta rewatch it while you're awake, while you're conscious, while you can just focus on it. And, like, I can focus on it in a stream. Oh, you're saying goodbye to Hamlet? No, Hamlet's such a... Why are you saying goodbye to Hamlet? Is that for one of the new villagers that might be coming out? Because I know some of them are really cute, and someone was like, we are preemptively planning who we're gonna dump for these new villagers, because I know Shino is going to be the new Raymond. Everyone's going to be like, who has Shino? Who has Shino? Shino for 10,000 Nook Mile tickets. Shino. Like, Shino, Sasha, and a couple of the other ones they showed were really cute, and I just know that there's going to be the same level of madness that there was for Raymond for this. Oh, he wants sleep. Well, you know, fair enough. I think it was Kid asked me to leave earlier today, and I was like, Kid, you're staying exactly where you are, because I happen to enjoy the way you say the town tune. So you're staying for the moment. Put a pin in it. I was like, anyone who asks next to leave. I'm kind of hoping that, like, Buzz asks to leave. That would be my, like, preferred choice. So I'm kind of just, like, letting the bubble float around the villagers. I've had Sheldon ask to leave. I've had, Buck ask to leave. Now I've had Kid. So hopefully next time it hits one of the other villagers, because I'm perfectly fine with basically any of the others leaving. Alright, now that you guys fought, I'm gonna say, so, thank you for the follows. Green Juice Edits, Megan Corgi, Gonzalo Pevi, Alice14, Amanda Panda 3087, Lily Y, Rocky Balbo 1996, and Snow Eagle _ I should have said the underscores for Lily Y as well, but, like, yeah. So, thank you guys all for the follow, and, like, welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. He seems happy about leaving. He's running. Yeah, the worst thing is when they're like, my personal favorite was I was wearing an outfit that one of the villagers had given me. I came in and they said, you know, I don't really think that outfit suits you. Here's something else. And I'm like, excuse me, you gave this to me. You gave me this gift. Or when Peanut insulted me and said that that she thought I needed to wear glasses because it would totally change my face. And then she was like, I didn't mean that. And I'm like, did you just tell me I need to alter my whole face? Is that what just happened, Peanut? Is that really what you just said to me? Sometimes their letters and the stuff they say can be so sassy, and I'm like, I'm glad some of it is still here. Because I miss when they were a little meaner. You think it's gonna be more than the hype for Raymond? I do. Shino got shown off. Shino and Sasha got shown off, and I think they knew what they were doing. I think Nintendo knew exactly what they were doing with those cards. I was trying to get the cards, and they've sold out on the My Nintendo website for Australia. No, it's the pre-orders. It's just the pre-order ones. So I'm essentially like, when November 5th happens and they get released, I'm going to be on that website when I wake up at 7:30 in the morning to try and book some more, like buy a couple, because I just want to try and get some, because they haven't been released in any of the retailers around. I have the pages up on another tab. I like refresh them every couple hours to see if they'll appear. My best bet is if they're going to come to the retailers here in Australia, it'll be sometime in the next week, because they have to add them to the website in time for pre-orders before the release. They have to give about a week window, because they start charging the remaining pre-orders price about a week before they're sent out. Because if they're being due to be sent out on a certain date, or if they're being sent out before the date for arrival on that date, it's a whole thing. I can call you Lilybot? Excellent. I'll call you Lily. There's already a ton of oh my god, the fan art. I'm glad that it's kind of like put a step back into the Animal Crossing community, because the Animal Crossing community seemed to have gone like kind of quiet, kind of gone to sleep. People seemed to be a little sad, and there was like a lot of people were like just restarting their islands because they had nothing else to do. They were like, we have no, at least with the like DLC and like all this extra stuff coming out, it gives a lot more opportunities for like decoration and changing things up, and it kind of like puts something like extra into, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but it just gave some extra stuff into the game that I think like reawakened things. Like, don't get me wrong, I hope that people don't like burn through it the way they have with like other updates, because a lot of the time you'll see an update come out and people will be like, I'm just gonna burn through this as fast as possible, and then just like pew straight through all the content, and they just like can't be bothered with like, you know, going a little more slowly. Because I do personally think that Animal Crossing is done better in a slower fashion. I think that's why so many people like were restarting, because they're like, you know, we've done it the fast way, and now we're gonna do it either as like a fast build where their like whole intention is to fast build the island, or their intention is to like redo the whole process but in a more casual way than they did before. So a lot of people I hear, like that I know at least, seem to have done that for those reasons. I'm sure there's other reasons as well, but like, you know, that people named their island something they hated, or they got a really bad layout and they didn't know about changing layouts. All those things. Thank you, I'm at Kusi and Miss Snow Eagle 55 for the follows. Welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. I heard that one. I thought my sound alerts were broken before. I was convinced that my sound alerts were broken, and I hope you guys can, like, hear them. I honestly have no idea if they're coming through correctly or not, and I don't want to set the volume too high to, like, burn people's ears out. The thing is, the villages are only going to be amiibo, or can you hunt for them? I think that you can hunt for them. I think they won't just be amiibo. I think that they've just given the amiibo as well. So that way it's like, because like Raymond and Dom and stuff, they finally have amiibo cards. I think this was just like, they were waiting for this update with the new villagers to be released before making like the amiibo cards available for them, because they couldn't do the cards with these unannounced villagers that aren't in the game. So I think that that's kind of what they like did. So I think that they're both. Something weird is going on. They seem to know I like the color teal and keep giving me clothes. You know what was weird? All of mine were like giving me bath towels for a period of time. They were giving me like shower outfits for this window of time, and I was like, why are you guys all giving me, are you trying to tell me something? Is it like I smell? Can you smell me through the thing? Because I take showers. I do in fact shower. Sometimes I re-wear the same shirt. I've reworn this shirt in the past like week. But it doesn't smell. It's not summer. I stopped doing this once summer happens because it gets really hot here in Australia. But during winter, which it was cold today, I'm usually okay with like re-wearing a shirt in the same week. I don't have to air it beforehand or wash it. And so I'm like, why were they constantly just giving me towels and shower things? Like, they gave me shower sets, they gave me clothing for showers, they gave me toilets. Everything was just showers. I'm kind of hoping that when, like, my big wonder is a couple of, like, things in relation to some of the update stuff. I haven't watched any of those videos where it's like, here's all the new items, because I'm like, I want the surprise. I'll watch them like after the things come out, but I don't want to know until afterwards. So you restarted like 1 to 2 months ago? Okay. Like that's a decent time away. I know I made a second island like 2 months ago, and so I actually have a second island. Because they both have different themes, different kind of villagers, different kind of like plans that I kind of have for them. So it means that like I can do 2 separate things. My big wonder is like whether or not to get the DLC for both of them or just for one. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna have to, but it's gonna be a minute. My real wonder is if like, because I have the family pack for like the family deal for the online. I'm looking at whether or not, if I buy it with it, whether or not I'll get the DLC for all 8 of those accounts. So if they'll send me, like, codes like they did with Splatoon 2, and then I can, like, get DLC on both of my Switches, like the DLC on both Switches. Because the thing is, when they do DLC in Switches, like, I'll have DLC for one game, like, one account, but I can do the DLC on all of the accounts on that Switch. So even if I get 2 codes for it, I can put it on both of my Switches, and then play through the full DLC in both islands, which would be excellent. So it's all, like, I'm kind of, like, debating which way I go. I'm either going to get 2 lots of the DLC, 1 for each Switch, or I'm gonna get the expansion thing if I can put DLC on both of my Switches. Like, the expansion, like, online thing, because I'm like, do I want it? Am I gonna play the games? I'm giving it a year. If I get it, I'll give it a year of, like, consideration. When the update comes 5th of November, I'm not really gonna time travel. I think, because otherwise you're gonna probably, yeah, you're gonna kind of speedrun it, yeah. So my time traveling is very special. The way I time travel is like, I will time travel back hours within the same day. So I typically would time travel either within the same day or 1 day forward or back. That's usually about it. That's usually where my like time traveling is. It is very rare for me to time travel any further than that. And I will only move like a day forward and then back if there's something specific I really want to move. Like there's a couple of like buildings and furniture where I'm trying to specifically grow a couple of trees, and I'm trying to test out the growing for them. That's basically all I do with it. So I don't go too many days forward, and because I'm in the past on my Switch, so I'm moving forward like a day or so at a time, so I'm living in that day and then I move forward to the next day. So I don't time travel big periods of time forward, and the reason I'm like doing it that way is because I'd have a job and I don't have time sometimes to do the full day, so I'll stay on that day until I've finished it with it, and then I'll move on to the next one. So that's my like time traveling. Yeah. Oh my god. Your Switch has Bluetooth? Yeah, the Switch has Bluetooth, didn't you know? I personally think the fact that it's got Bluetooth is an amazing thing, because that's how you like share, I think, photos from your Switch to your phone, I think, is how through the like Bluetooth thing. But I like kicking villagers out. I'll do that too. Yeah. I think the only other time I've seen people do it, and they'll specifically only do it if there is just to kick out the villagers. They don't pick up bottles, they don't pay attention to like watering stuff, they don't do anything. They will just move forward to kick out a villager, then they will do the villager, like deal with the villager being kicked out and get a new one, and then they will move back in time to where they originally started and continue from there. So that's the other one. I'm kind of like, I'm fine with it. I don't care about people time traveling forward or back. If they've like, I've seen people miss holidays and they will time travel back to that holiday to experience the holiday and then go back to the time they're at. But, you know, any other person who wants to like time travel however they want to is free to do so. Like if you want to time travel because that's like you don't have the time to gather materials, or because, you know, you only have a certain amount of time in a day and you just prefer to like get a couple of things done and you need to time travel to do it, feel free. I honestly don't judge people for it. When people time travel and I see other people get mad about it, I'm like, what's the point in that? They're not hurting you. Like, it's not gonna hurt you in any way. It's their game. They can play it however they want to. The GameCube version apparently encouraged it, because there were certain things that like you had to wait for them to happen in the game in order to do it. So GameCube required in some way for you to time travel forward. I'm like, I never time traveled on the Nintendo DS, like the DS system, because that one was a little more complicated. Essentially what you had to do is you had to close down the game, change the date on your Switch, then change the date in the game, tell Isabel that the date had changed and she had the wrong date, and it would change the date, and if you changed back, you had to recorrect the date every single time. As far as I'm aware, that's the only couple times I time traveled. I had to deal with that. I was just like, this is such a hassle. The Switches is so much easier. All you gotta do, change the date, close the game, move, be at the time, and then reopen the game. It makes the whole situation so much simpler. And for that, I'm eternally grateful to Nintendo. And the fact that they haven't location locked games, or locked the Switch, the games to the geographic time, because even if you're in a different time travel time, you can still download at the geographic, your actual time. It'll still be able to tell it. It's just the system itself will let you change to a different time. You've always time traveled a lot. I think I should do a little less, because otherwise, yeah, that's fair enough. I know I've seen a couple of people did speed runs purely to just grow pumpkins or flowers, and they moved back, but to each his own. It is in some situations, it is kind of a speed run, because it allows you, depending on how you do it and what it's for, it can kind of ruin the experience a little if you're because Animal Crossing is a very casual game in many aspects. Everything is a little slower, sure. A lot of things require a lot of farming or finding, depending on how you do it. Animal Crossing can be played absolutely any way, and that's why I love it so much. I speed runned when I just restarted. I kind of regret it. Fair enough. I know that I've kind of cheated with my second save file of that so I'm trying to catalog all the items in the game for all my villagers. So what I'm doing is I'm mailing stuff from all I'm working my way through all of the items sending them all to my main account, who already has them all, putting them down on the ground, having all my other villagers catalog them, and then I'm putting them on my second island. So essentially I'm giving them the catalog of full items. It's just gonna take a while. And I'm like, based on how long it's gonna take, I may just work through trying to like record what they pick up once the town hall exists and they have the app. But before that I can't be bothered, so I'm just doing this. Plus it like kind of knocks out a couple of like achievements that they had that I have on my main island of like, you know, amount of money spent and mail items sent, because I didn't really bother with any of my other villagers. I did most of the stuff on my main villager, and so she's kind of like knocked out all the kind of achievements. Regardless of that, this direct me has me very excited, so let's see. Screen capturing. Here it is. I picked I picked this specifically so it didn't have a bunch of like tabs on it, because I'm a disaster with tabs, and my boyfriend will tell you that I'm a disaster with tabs. I really am. Okay, let's see. We're gonna pause that. Hopefully you guys can hear that.
Hello everyone. Thank you for tuning in to the Animal Crossing New Horizons Direct.
Probably a little loud.
Today,
let me know if it's too quiet or loud.
For the Animal Crossing New Horizons game.
I never know if I'm quieter or louder than like the audio on my PC. I'm still shocked that this game is coming out so soon, but I'm glad that there's a wait period. I also think the reason that the pre-orders aren't coming out until the 10th is because they want to stop Treasure Island streamers from getting all the items before it comes out. Not that you could place half of the stuff without the Nook Mile points thing of like, hey, ceiling stuff, you can't place it anyways until that happens, but man, I want the amiibo cards so much. The amiibo cards, I'm an amiibo collector, and so the fact that there's more cards, I'm still amazed that they're only doing 48 cards and that they're not doing like a full 100 the way they have with other series, because this would have been a good chance for them to take the RV series cards and just add them in. You know, be like, hey, here's the RV series. Here's the like the new ones, all as a combo, because the RV villagers are still like in the game as well. There are some of them who still show up. They don't have their own cards outside the RV series. They're in fact some of the rarest now cards as a result.
This is Captain. You'll find him lounging around on your island's pier.
I think the first villager I'm going to invite for coffee, by the way, is going to be Isabel, because, you know, free Isabel. The girl is stuck inside Town Hall all the time. Except when Tom Nook allows her to leave. Oh man, Captain and his songs. If no one remembers this, like, with the boat in New Leaf, I would just be there, like, singing along as we got to the thing. You really want... Okay, I'll show you after, but I have all of Isabel's amiibo, and she is adorable. See this plant? I want this plant. I was trying to make a fairy area, and I was having such a hard time with a fairy area because like the plants just weren't doing it justice. Like I put flowers, I put lighting, it's just something is missing. I can feel it. I need something extra in it. I bet on this. I actually bet that Harriet would come back. I wanted her to come back and be like, introduce new haircuts. And here she is. Here she is with new haircuts.
Eventually, familiar island visitors like Sahara and Kit will set up shop here.
Oh man, this is such good. Like, it's so good. I wanted them to all have shops again. I wanted them back. And I'm glad that Cyrus and Reese have been given a specific purpose, because we can customize most things ourselves. But these items were such a difficulty, and they always have been such a difficulty, because it's just like, we can't... You'd have to just trade with people. So the fact that now you can, like, take them to Cyrus and get them, like, I'm wondering how long it'll take him, if it'll be the same with like half hour but for each one, or if maybe there's a new achievement attached to it. I wouldn't even mind if that's a thing, because I'm like, I'd be down for that. I'm probably, because you can't change the items any other way, and for some people just trading isn't an option. It's such a difficulty to trade things. And does that mean that all the like specialty Christmas items and stuff, you might be able to customize those as well? This is GameCube, and it makes me laugh. The fact that they added this in. It's just like, I can't even do it with my arms in this area, but it's just like, this brings me some like greater joy of just like, you know, it's, can you imagine, because they said you can do it on someone else's island, just be like a party of people all doing the stretching together. So fun. Okay, my question with this one is, what does the Beautiful Island Ordinance mean? I know early bird and night owl, I always chose night owl, but the Beautiful Ordinance used to be like your flowers won't wilt, like weeds won't grow. Does that just mean you won't get weeds anymore? All your weeds will disappear? Because if so, I'm never gonna use it. Do you think you would love to do that yoga every morning? Oh my god, yes. Yoga, I remember watching it, and I'm sad that they didn't bring back, like, one of the people who used to do it, but Isabel's yoga outfit is very cute. They had to add more storage. They were adding in a ton of items into the game, so of course they have to add storage, otherwise we're all doomed. We're all literally doomed if they didn't add in more storage. We needed the storage. The inner hoarder in all of us has resulted in like a bunch of people just holding on to tons of stuff. These items are so cute. I wanted to make a farm on my new island, and I was gonna try and fake a bunch of these items, and now I don't have to fake them because they're real. I don't have to fake crops. I can put actual crops. I'm gonna have so many crops, it's not even funny. I'm gonna have a whole area that's just like a farm. Because I'm doing stages of my island again, so my island's gonna revert back to a farm for a while. Like Harv's Island and crops and cooking are your favorite parts. Yeah, this brings me like joy, because I loved Story of Seasons and like Stardew Valley. I still love Stardew Valley. And so this all just like brings me vibes of that, along with like Happy Home Designer stuff, because I loved Happy Home Designer from like the DS. No one else was obsessed with that game. Everyone else was like, oh, it's kind of boring with the designing. I love designing. So this brings me like a greater feeling of joy. My New Leaf Island was a disaster, but I can live with that. I'm annoyed that it's a Nook Mile thing to like just this direct brings me so much happiness. I have concerns, but it brings me happiness all the same. You're gonna integrate that crop area from the direct? Yeah, do it. I'm down for that. So many people have complained about the customization of the fences, and it's here. They look so cute up close. You don't understand why people like exterior decorating more because you're obsessed with interior decorating. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of both, but I was bigger on interior decorating from the beginning. I mostly liked exterior decorating in Happy Home Designer because I could move a bunch of stuff really easily. It was such a pain in New Leaf. It was more of a pain to move stuff in New Leaf. But I fell back into liking it in New Horizons. Your house has always been the best. Yeah, I have 8 houses. Because I have 8 accounts on my main Switch, and so as a result, I have 8 interior houses with fully expanded rooms. That last haircut? Oh, I'm gonna use that last haircut. It's perfect for one of my villagers, who I'm making into, like, princesses. Like, well, they're not like princesses, like gods. Now, I want to know what the other reactions are called, because the one with the ears is a little weird.
Life 101.
This is actually a good idea. This like Nook phone app, because so many people are like,
Newcomers.
it saves us having to go and ask for tips to Tom Nook. It just does.
Additionally, you'll be able to acquire more furniture by redeeming your Nook miles.
I really need to pause that list to see what those all are, because those look so cool. Okay, how long have people been asking for this? How long have people been asking for a way to put stuff inside their storage from outside?
Items or take 'em out.
How long have people been asking for this? And some kind of machine outside to get bells from. We've been asking for this stuff forever, and they've never given it to us.
KK Slider, who holds
And now it's going to be coming.
every Saturday. Will release
Da,
additional
da.
songs. Keep an ear out for 12 more hits.
I have to wonder if these songs are new or if they're old songs.
And KK Polka.
I think the K-pop one looks kind of new, but one of those looked familiar, like it was an older KK Polka.
Newly added
KK
furniture.
Polka reminds me, I think, a little of an older song, but it could just be like similar.
Buried underground. Is it
The
a
gyroids.
It's
The mythologies of these things in comparison with this item.
fragments, then plant and water them.
I can't take it seriously. It's just like, oh hey, here's a fragment of this thing, and it's just like, water it. Water this fragment. And I'm like, if you know the mythology and the lore behind it,
Gyroids make
it's
rabbits
so ridiculous.
experiment with different
They're gonna get a windmill like, that's what I wanted it back because I needed that for my theme. Called it last week. Oh yeah.
gyroids can be custom.
Yeah, like windmills was something really cute from the old game. The fact you can customize these, some of them had awful colors.
Added furniture types
So awful colors. Okay,
decor.
look at the gamer computer. Ignore the fact there's a lantern. The gaming computer. I want the gaming computer. I'd love that now. This looks so familiar, this amazing machine item.
Type of tool you can craft.
This is officially a lifesaver. This wooden
Place ladders
ladder setup kit.
ladder setup kit.
Because I stand by the fact that, like, if you have a dream address, you need to put ladders, but this means that you don't have to leave a ladder inside a dream address anymore. You can put these setup ladders instead
Purchased from Nook's Cranny.
anywhere that, like, people would possibly need to get inside the game. Like, if there's areas you don't want them to go to, you can just not put a ladder. But this will mean, like, anywhere you want them to get to, put up the setup ladder.
Spots in rooms.
Froggy chair.
On display.
I briefly remember seeing, like, Froggy chair get in the thing, and people were just like, Froggy! Oh my god, the frog! And I was like, let the memes continue.
Their home.
I still have no idea why people love Froggy chair so much, besides the memes. Like, just for the memes. The Froggy chair is the meme of Animal Crossing.
What do you think?
Good.
You might expect
I like it so much already.
various
I'm very happy with how things are going.
menu today. This free update
See this, these two are new.
launches
Sasha and that dog. But no, it was like,
the last major free
I'm
content
happy with like the fact that
horizons.
they've brought about,
We hope you'll continue enjoying your
like they brought about the fact that they can come into your home. I hope that you can also schedule it the way you could in New Leaf. Like in New Leaf, you could schedule a time for when they would come by or when you would go to their house. So I wonder if that, I hope that that's also part of it. That it's like you can schedule it. It's not just like they'll rock up. I mean, they also did rock up as well, but it'd be nice if you could also schedule it.
Something new is on the horizon.
This brings me joy. And when they say last major free update, what I think they mean is like last like big free update. They may do like small free content
Made up of
and like specific items or like
known as a resort.
random little bits and pieces. I personally believe that. I personally believe it.
Ideal vacation homes. This is
I want that tiny plant so much.
Horizons. Happy home paradise.
I called this 100%. I called there being a resort involved.
Realistic paradise
I'm
plan.
not even kidding. I said there was gonna be one.
Designing vacation homes.
Yep, I said it.
Through your work, you'll be in charge of coordinating dream lifestyles for characters. goal of Paradise Planning is to help characters acquire their dream.
You said that Leaf was gonna get a shop? Yeah, some of these things we like, in our hearts, we wanted it. We called that they would do this. But I called a couple of these things. I said Harriet would be back with hairstyles, and I said that we would get to decorate a resort that people could visit, like villagers could visit. I called it. I 100% called it. And I feel sincerely gratified by it, just on the inside. It brings me joy.
Pick the island that best matches the request, then head on over to the site.
I have to wonder if they'll do the same thing with the layouts as they did in Happy Home Designer, or if it's just like, this is the set one for that spot. I'm kind of curious whether or not it's like you have multiple in that spot, or if it's like only one in that spot.
Everything else is up to you.
I have some thoughts on it.
Furniture from Paradise Planning will already be available.
You're only sad about one thing. You're sad Nico. Oh my god, Nico would be so cute as a villager. Nico is the first, like, monkey I've actually liked the look of. I hate all the monkeys. I almost always hate the monkeys. They're so weird. Nico is adorable. I think they're a lemur, so I think instead of, like, because we normally have, like, monkeys and gorillas, but they're a lemur. In a future update, you'll, like, see Celeste. Oh my god, a planetarium or observatory? Yes! I'm still believe, in my heart of hearts, that even though this is the last major free update, we might get some minor updates with, like, you know, random events or random changes. You know, like Celeste getting in a specific area for herself. I personally think that we will get, like, a couple of minor ones. I just don't think we're gonna get any major content updates like this anymore. I think we'll get minor ones. And that's fine. This is so cute. I think it was smart for them to do it with Maple, because it's hard to hate Maple. It's not like, you know, some of the other villagers can be a little questionable in their looks. Maple is generally liked by all. Look at the froggy chairs. I always forget there's a yellow froggy chair. I always forget. Is it just you, or did they add all the NPCs, or did they add a lot? Add a lot, but not all. Yeah. So I think they've left. There's a couple of NPCs that did get left out. And I have to wonder if it was for specific reasons or not. Did they all? So they left out, they always left out the ones that have been replaced by other people. So they left out ones like Flick and, not Flick. So, like, Flick and CJ replaced past ones. Daisy May, of course, was a replacement. So some of the replacements didn't get added, for obvious reasons, because they're, like, specialized. Then you also have, there's a couple of random ones that got left out, like Shulk, the skunk, Gracie the giraffe. They didn't show up. So some of the NPCs did get, like, abandoned to the ethos. Hell, Captain's relatives are still missing. Museum isn't yes. So I think maybe they might add something on the other side. So it'd be like Rooster's area on one side and something else on the other side. So I think that they could do, like, one more minor update with, like, that area getting changed into something specialized. So I personally, like, have some thoughts that might still happen. Man, part of the fun of decorating is that you continually get ones. I don't remember if in Happy Home Designer you could remodel their houses, but I like that in this one you can. It totally makes sense. Now this is cute. This is a cute addition. We can officially ship whoever we want. We can ship all of them. And I'm excited. Man, I loved doing these in Happy Home Designer. Changing the facilities. Some of the facilities I made looked like garbage, but you could always redo them, I think. So it was possible to remake them later. No, wait, I think you could remodel the houses again in Happy Home Designer as well. Well, I keep calling Happy Home Designer, but I think it's... I don't remember if it's Happy Home Designer or HH, like, Academy, but I think it was Designer. I like how they're just subtly dropping in the new villagers, and it's like, I see you. I see all of the new villagers here. Thank you very much. I can tell that they are gorgeous, and give them to me now. Like her, the hippo. The hippo is new, and I love her house. This holiday home is adorable. Tom still makes me laugh. The fact is, stuff is all like mechanical, and I'm like, what's happening with you, Dom? Nothing about you matches. Yeah, the fact that you can remodel means you're never gonna finish this game, ever. It's gonna go on forever, and I'm okay with it. See, I like this as a new feature. It's kind of like Instagram for Animal Crossing. So you can just follow people and see their new, like, designs. That big elephant, I swear to God, it's huge. I like the fact that when it starts, it's just Hop being like, bounce, bounce. You like that the buildings are actually going to be used by the villagers? Are actually, yeah, like, right? They're actually going to use it. Hey, Jessa, how you doing? Yes, Isabel. Her house is so cute. This one, this is my favorite. I love this interior so much. This wallpaper, I need this wallpaper. I need it. I need it in my actual home. I want to know if, like, the items inside the Happy Home, like, thing can actually be used in your house along with the, like, tool stuff. Oh, it's so pretty. It's just, I'm never gonna finish this game. It's gonna go on forever, and I'm alright with this. This extra content is gonna keep me going forever. I've accepted the fact that my new life is officially Animal Crossing. I'm never leaving, it's my new home. I've come to a greater peace. You. Good ol'... I think this one was, Alice? For Alice Springs? Good ol' Alice. I can finally redo Buck's house. His house makes me sad. How will I finish decorating my island? You'll never finish. You are never gonna finish decorating. None of us are ever finishing decorating. We've accepted that this is our new world. These plants! I need these plants! Where's those pillars? Oh my god, I need them so much. I'm never gonna be done with this game. I'm going to essentially live here. I think that all the special items in the paid content... They did this to stop Treasure Island streamers from getting all the items in the source code before then, so there's only a couple of days that they're gonna risk it. So the thing is, I'm actually not gonna try and get the items from a Treasure Island streamer. I might try and get some of the DIYs, but I'm not gonna try the treasure. See, this is the US price. I don't want to even tell you the Australian price. Actually, no. I'm gonna tell you the Australian price for this. You want to know the Australian price for this family membership thing here? It's $110. $110. Anyone is like, oh yeah, it's only like $30 extra more. No, it's not. It's like 45, like $50 more in Australia. So it is $109 in Australia to do the family membership with the expansion pass. It is uber money. It's just like all of the money. Yeah, no, it's definitely too much money. And I'm just looking at it as like, is it worth it? Do I need it? Can I live without it? It's like, yeah, it's like 50% more. I'm like, cause I actually like looked it up, and the normal like price is, it's only like $60 for the family pack. It's like $60 for the family pack. Here in Australia, this like family expansion. And so they've essentially made the expansion pass in the US only like $20 more than the normal family membership here in Australia. But when you convert it into our dollars, it's $110. So I'm just like, do I want to just buy 2 of the Animal Crossing Paradise DLCs for each of my Switches? Or do I just want to buy this pass if I can get the DLC on both my Switches that way? Can't travel to Island without it. No. Yeah. Because I have the online. So I have the online membership. The problem is, I think it's like you can't go to an island unless you have the same like version or something. There was some like weird thing at one point where it was like they have to have the updated version or the same version. It was being weird. So, but I'm convinced that this is going to put like a pin in a lot of Treasure Island streamers of like having to figure out how they can code all of this into their game as well. So I think it might be a little while before a bunch of these items appear on TIs. Some of it might, but I think it might take a minute. Although I'm willing to be proven wrong by them. Okay. These amiibo cards have me in a way. Nintendo are like suckers. Everyone's addicted to Animal Crossing. Bam, let's just make some easy money. Would stop having people pay to... Yeah, the problem is Nintendo hasn't fixed their online, so their online is kind of still broken, and yet they're still just like, hey, now you have to pay for it. Because I didn't mind it being a little broken when it was free, right? I wouldn't mind like paying like a small membership fee just to access the like these games separately, but have the actual service of online as free. Because people would pay to just play the games, like the older games. But I like that these finally got cards. I will in fact get the cards. The fact that they start with 4 means that the first 3 are likely, because they skip a bunch of the special cards in this showing. So I think the ones that they've skipped are ones like Isabelle, Timmy and Tommy, Tom Nook, probably Luna. They've probably skipped Celeste, Blathers. So I think those are the specials that they haven't shown here. They've also skipped in between 19 and 25. They've skipped some of the newer ones. So there's a bunch of cards they aren't showing here. See, like, they've got some of the newer specials showing, and then they've got some of the villagers. But there's obviously gaps in between here. So they've shown, like, the end part. And they showed, like, some of the specials. There's some in between here that they've obviously skipped out to leave a surprise. I know that there's a list out there of, like, the full names of all the villagers for the cards. I'm actually intrigued though by this like Petri. By Petri, like it amuses me. I'm curious where the name Faith came from, and I'm sad there isn't a kangaroo here. But Shino is going to undoubtedly be like as hyped as Raymond. That one is Sasha. The 2 of them are going to be everywhere. You could make a shot game out of dream addresses after the release comes out of like who has the thing and just like make bets on how, you know. How sad is it? Animal Crossing New Horizons is when you don't have... Yes, it's so sad when you don't have Nintendo Online. There's so many things you can't do in Animal Crossing. Like, I'm convinced that a section of their market is just people who play Animal Crossing. I'm like 100% convinced of it, that the major section of their market for online is just Animal Crossing New Horizons players and Smash players. Like, because the thing is, you don't need it for Fortnite. There's actually like a thing, you don't have to actually have Fortnite to play it. There's a couple of games that are exempt for some unbeknownst reason. Like, I have no idea why, but they just are. From, like, when I last, like, checked. So does that prove when your membership runs out? Yeah. I know that, like, with the online, you apparently get a discount if you already have membership, and because I just renewed mine, like, last month, I'm just like, I don't want to pay the same amount again, because it's like you can get a discount on it, but I want to know how much the discount is, because I don't want to pay like, because it's $110, right? The new one, if I'm only paying like $50 extra, I can, like, if I'm just paying for it, I can kind of live with it. I'm not going to renew it again next year at the higher one. I'm just going to go the normal family membership, I think. but because I just want to like play the games once, I think, and see what kind of games they get. Although I'm not convinced they're gonna release them all within 1 year, all the good ones, to force people to keep the online. Yeah, but their online is at least 1/3 of the price of Xbox and PlayStation online memberships. Yeah, I know that PlayStation's is $80, I think. Because I have it, but it comes with 3 free games a month. So you get 3 free games every single month for like each month that you have it. And Xboxes, I believe you can, like, it comes with some other feature involved with it, because I think their online is connected to something else as well. So they actually have like more benefits in a lot of ways. Although Nintendo has their back catalog, so you kind of like, it is a lot cheaper than their onlines, like Xboxes and PlayStations. So, okay, yeah, so Xbox gives you 4 games also. Yeah, so like they both have their own like different benefits. Nintendo's is just like like I love a Nintendo, but I just have to wonder, like, yours is like it needs fixing. At least the Xbox and PlayStation ones, I can say that they are a lot better. Plus, they also have voice service. You can talk to the people you're playing the game with through the actual like system if you want to. I don't know. I got like a couple of like nitpicks in relation with their online. I'm still not convinced it's worth it. The only reason I have it is for Animal Crossing, and occasionally the odd Splatoon 2 game, the occasional one, but you don't even have it to play Fortnite on the Switch. If you have like Fortnite and a couple other games on the Switch, you don't actually need online to play them. So I was prepping for Bunny Day, and then it was Bunny Day. I couldn't find play it because I didn't. Oh, right, you couldn't play it because, yeah, no. Bunny Day can be a little special. At the best of times, and the fact that certain things are just locked behind trading with other people, so the like some of the fruit, some of the flowers initially are locked behind online. I would love it if you could finally get all of the fruit on this, like the Cap'n Islands. Yeah, you can. No, you can't eat them if they're rotten. You can eat turnips, but you can't eat them if they're rotten. If they're rotten, they only count as like one thing, and I think you can only drop them. I don't think you can eat them still. So yeah. Alright, so now I'm gonna go back and we're gonna analyze this thing, because I'm like... Okay, so the first villager, I don't know if anyone's thought about this, but the first villager I want to invite up to Brewster is Isabelle. I want her to have some time away from Town Hall. I honestly feel bad for her, and the fact that, like, she's kind of just trapped in Town Hall. Like, she's been kind of just delegated to being, like, Tom Nook's company for the day, because I miss when she was like in New Leaf with like, you could take her out to do public works projects. It'd be super funny if like whenever you went to move a house or something, if Isabelle was just like running behind you waiting for you to place it. So if you like went diving in the water or you were doing a bunch of other stuff and you just had it casually in your pockets and you were like terraforming, Isabelle was just there like, hi, you almost ready? I kind of gotta get back to work, but could you just like place it for me and then like, well, like bye? It would amuse me greatly to just have her just like jingling in the background, being like, "So, are you gonna place it yet? Are you gonna place it yet? Are you gonna place it yet?" So I'm bringing her to the roost. She's gonna have a cup of coffee with me, and we're gonna be buds. Cause I feel bad for the Isabelle and New Horizons. I honestly do. Cause like, look at this. They knew that we wanted these guys to get out of the house because they never leave. They just like exist in the hovel and then it just closes up. And they're like, bye. Oh, Cap'n. I like that they finally added him in, but I'm also like, now I have to fix up my pier. Because I've just covered my pier and stuff because I'm like, you have no purpose. I've gotten all the fish that come out of the pier. I don't need to fish off you anymore. So I'm just gonna cover you in things. And now I have to clean it up. I'm gonna put the music back on while it is. Now I have to clean up the pier. Because it's just like, I've left all the things. And I think I only have to have like the first 3 squares clean. So if I pick up the things I have here, it should be fine. But I like that he's come back, and I'm kind of wondering if, like, on random islands, his, like, family members might just be chilling on one of them. And they've said, like, there's specialty island, like, these couple of specialty islands and more. Does that mean that there might be, like, specialized islands with, like, NPCs on them or something? Because I'm kind of curious what kind of islands. We're not going to know until we start playing, like, what kind of islands, because you best believe on the 9th, people are just going to do, like, a run of, like, seeing how many island types they can find and, like, the layouts of all of them. It's just going to be a madhouse to see who can get the most information on these things first. And I'm not even upset about it. But I'm pretty much just going to try and avoid some of those spoilers because I want to discover it, I think, for myself. You know? Like, I also like that it does have a reason now to come there. Yeah. I'm like, this pier had almost no purpose besides, like, a couple of fish. There was a couple of specific fish you could only catch here, and there was no other reason to be on this pier. Besides, like, maybe convenience for some of the fishing tourneys, because if you had a fishing, it was near your town hall, right? If it was nearby, you could run here and just fish out of this spot. So you had a specific spot with the fish, and they wouldn't just, like, float up and down. They'd just kind of stay near the jetty. So, you know, there's kind of that now. Good old him. And I like that it doesn't cost Nook Mile ticket. Oh wait, it does cost miles. So it costs 1,000 miles instead of money, because there's so many people who are just, like, rolling in it. So I'm sure we could just, like, casually be fine regardless. You know? So yeah, I like that he's here. It does mean that I'm going to probably burn through a lot of miles. I'm definitely going to burn through this mile. Thankfully, I have, like, 200k miles. All of this just means that all these people who've spent all these Nook miles, like, on things are just like, you know what we need now? Farming moments. So people are just going to farm for Nook miles for the next, like, however many days. It's going to be a madhouse of, like, how can we farm miles the quickest? I know. We can just, like, do all of the tasks. So it's going to be madness to try and, like, do the ones you're assigned. And imagine if you have one and, like, your thing, like, the tasks you've been given for the day are utter garbage. Yeah, the DLC is coming out the exact same day. So they've released the paid DLC and the non-paid DLC the same day, and the amiibo cards come out the same day as well. So, like, where do I have it here? No, I don't. I closed the tab, but I had it open before. Yeah, I had a tab open. It was like everything is coming out the same day. You have maybe 1,000. I know I've got. Oh, I wonder how many do I have? Let's see. System, is it the right day? Yeah, it's the right day. So I'll show you in a sec. I'll open Animal Crossing so you can have a look at that. But I've got at least 200,000. And the thing is, this is after I, like, took, like, 200,000 tickets and I cashed them in for Nook Mile tickets. Like, Nook Mile points, and I made them into tickets, and I sold them. What time it comes out in Australia? Yeah, I'm kind of curious too, because, you know, like, recently they've been like, oh, hey, so it comes out at, like, 10 p.m. on the day before for the rest of the world, because people kept picking to have their stuff saved here for Australia to try and get it earlier. Fred, I guess I know I'm gonna do that weekend. Yeah, so let's see, it's a Friday, so essentially what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come home and I'm just gonna be playing Animal Crossing, like, all weekend. It's gonna be a weekend of just Animal Crossing. And thankfully, like, I have to do some studying that weekend, because I have my exams coming up after that, but it'll probably be, like, at least Friday and Saturday. And then Sunday will just be, like, exams. Like, exam study. But yeah, I like that at least that it's not gonna be too expensive in Nook Miles, because I was worried about that. I want to hear this song again.
It's worth the journey.
Oh
just to
man.
be serenaded by his sea shanties.
Some of his songs were so weird. Okay, these vines are the coolest staircase yet. We've had a couple of weird staircases. Well, like, we only have the main staircase, and we've got, like, the, you know, the set ones that we can place. But these are some cool things. So essentially it means, like, if you have, like, a foresty area, instead of placing those, like, ladder things, you could just place these vine things on a bunch of places on your island. Also, I think these bushes are new. I honestly think these are new bushes.
Is a hidden gem that only
like, these are definitely new. I've never seen these flowers before in this game. I think they must be like I have a tree outside my house with these kind of looking flowers, and I think that those are those flowers.
knows about.
I really do think that that must be it. And these plant things here, you see these? I want them so badly. They're my entire new, like, on my new island, I'm making a fairy area again, like a forested fairy area, and I'm gonna put these all through there. It's gonna be a ton of these things. I'm planning for them because they are the coolest weed. I wonder if these flowers die in winter though. That's my like wonder if they like stay alive through winter or if they die in winter.
Or time of day.
Why would anyone want to go to winter? After how much complaining people had about winter, why would anyone want to go to winter? Because I remember near when winter was like coming around the corner, and like near, like it was like 2/3 of the way through, and everyone was like, we're over winter. Winter is a pain in the butt. And it was just not fun. Everyone was kind of over it. You're excited to find new flowers. I'm like, yeah, I wonder if they're gonna add in like any new flowers. Because we've had the same flowers for a while, and I'm kind of curious if they're gonna add in any new breeds or any new colors. Because they very well might. They very well might, especially considering that we just had those like the new like little tiny plants and the new bushes. So I think that's what they mean by like and more. And my big question is if these islands will have like all the fruit we can't normally get, as well as any kind of like new special fruit. You know, like what if they have like new fruit? Yeah, not that you need any more flowers. We're kind of like good in the flower department. Hey Harriet. This is so cute. Now they didn't show us how much this costs, but I'm gonna guess it's gonna be like a couple of 100,000. That's my like best guess. Now this kind of like area here, I called Harriet getting back in the game, and I said Leaf would probably get a shop, like that I wanted him to get one. And I thought that there was like reason for him or Kix or Cyrus somehow to get some kind of like extra thing in the game, like a shop. I thought initially that they would upgrade like the building that like that Mabel is in, and have the second floor be the bookshop, like the shoe shop for Kix, because they had neighboring shops in New Leaf, and I thought maybe they would do that. Or maybe like the second floor of Tim and Tommy's would become something. Like give us lemons, watermelon, banana, strawberries, right? Okay. When they say crops, they said crops. So my personal belief is that besides the stuff we got, we might get some kind of other berry. You know, like there might be fruit that have berries on them, or some kind of berry related plant, like strawberries or blueberries or raspberries. Because there's like fruit related pies, and they showed a couple of desserts and fruit drinks, so there has to be some kind of other specialized crop. Maybe we'll get like pineapples or something. That would be cool. Let's see. Nope, not doing that. Where was it? Ah, okay. So I'm going to show you how many Nook Mile points I have. I've got 277,000, like up here. And this is just my main account. I have more than that on my other ones. So across all of my accounts, most of them have at least 100k. They might add strawberries because here it comes, there's so many people using it. Right? So many people are using like random flowers to be like grapes or strawberries. A lot of people are using like hats to show like different types of pie. Well, I never used it on anything, so people went like Nook Mile ticket hunting for villagers, and I went on a treasure island and picked up like an entire pocket's worth of tickets, but I've never had to use them because I have all the amiibo and I just can tap villagers in and out. So I've just kind of like existed without really like traveling to islands too much. I do occasional like trips to islands, but not very often. I mostly did it for like beetles, like specific kind of beetles to make beetle islands because I had so many trees. I was just like, the only option for me to get these bugs is to cut down every single tree I have. So I went into another island to do like beetle farming. So essentially I have like 200, like nearly 280,000 at this point. It'll be, by the time this update comes out, I will probably be closer to 280k. So, you know, doing some trips to a magical island for 1,000k Nook Mile tickets each, not a problem for me. I can live with that. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Reese and Cyrus can help customize.
Okay. With Reese and Cyrus, my big question with them is so you know, like around the holidays, there'd be like specialized items you could only get on certain, like the colors for on certain islands. My greater question is, do we think that like we'll be able to customize those, or if it'll be only the ready-made ones from the Nook Mile machine? Because I want to know if, you know, like with the plush pup, like dogs or something, if we were able to go to him and get him to customize those, and then we could get the other colors. Because you can see, like,
ready-made furniture that you
when he goes
customize
over
on your
this, like, there's the log bench, but you can see he highlighted the soft serve lamp.
furniture.
So what was the first one? Soft serve lamp and the grand piano. So my thought is, like, he can customize the other colors for the items you buy. So if you're able to find one of that item, you know, like the dog or something, he might be able to customize like the other you to the other color versions, which will be really cool. So it means that, like, hey, if you can only find this type of dog, you buy like 8 of that dog, he can then customize it to all the colors. And then maybe you can also like rebuy those colors then from like the whatever machine. Like, I think that might be something that this is presenting. He probably is going to take about the same amount of time for each item, the way he did back in New Leaf. He took about a half hour to customize one item. So my personal thought is that the only thing it's going to cost is time. But considering most people can time travel, people will probably just time travel a half hour forward for like, and keep doing this. Or just be like, okay, cool, we'll come back later for the item. So yeah, it's my personal like thoughts on it. If like I need, once he comes out, I'm gonna and we have his facility, I'm gonna test out with some of the items that like I don't like, can't be customized, like some of the children's tent, the kids tent, the dog plushies, some of the toys from Christmas. I'm gonna pick up some of those I have in my storage. Oh, and the Valentine's items, I'm gonna grab all those from my storage. I'm gonna go and talk to him, and I'm gonna test out whether or not he can actually customize them or not. And so that'll help me prove to my see whether or not those can be customized. So I'm kind of like, it's a wait and see with that, but I think that he might be able to do that. It looks like he might be able to customize any item, but I think like those ones with the thing are the only ones. Katrina's ridiculous. I can't with her. She's just like, eee! I can't. She's always been ridiculous. She has always been so ridiculous, and I love it. I used to go talk to her just because she would make me laugh. Wait, can Katrina make your future literally so she basically is gonna tell you your luck for the day. So whenever she would talk to you in the past, she would be like, she would tell you what your luck was, and she would give you tips in relation to, like, an item to wear to increase your luck, or, like, some random little, like, puzzle thing to try and, like, it was kind of like a puzzle. I never entirely figured out whether or not they were useful tips or not. But she could kind of just tell you what your, like, day's luck was. Because the thing is, your luck apparently changes day to day in-game, so I think she can predict it. So, it's literally a good way to tell whether or not today would be a good day to do something, or whether or not you're wasting your time. So I think she kind of, like, that's kind of what she is. But I loved her. I love her so much. She amuses me greatly. On, like, a higher level, she amuses me. I do wonder something, though, that because Red has a caravan here now, and Kix, and Sahara, whether or not once you make these caravan areas, will they just stop showing up on your island? Like, you just won't see them on your island anymore, and so you won't have them as, like, possible surprise villagers, and so that would mean that when you have special, like, would your chances of special villagers like Celeste, Wisp, and Label go up, or would it, like, stay the same? Because you're typically guaranteed one special, like, I think it's 1 or 2 special villagers a week. And Wisp is kind of random.
Reveal your fortune for that
So I kind of wonder if, like, that means that they won't show up on your island anymore because they're here in this little area. Also, how bad do I feel for Tortimer that he's just, like... So essentially, I think his purpose is, like, with the customization of Reese and Cyrus, if you've forgotten something, or you need to put something away because you have too many items and you realized it when you came back, take the items from your pockets and, like, swap it over so you can continue with Cyrus and Reese. Maybe that's kind of, like, what that is. Okay, but, like, yeah. Good old Harriet. I know we weren't gonna know until it comes out, but I wonder if Harriet sometimes... Because she only would do your haircut once a day. So if it, like... And I wonder if it's, like, you have to do the same, like, questioning thing you had to do whenever, because when you went to her house, like, her shop, you'd have to be like, okay, I want natural colored hair, I want, like, casual, and you'd have to, like, run through. It was kind of, like, it was hard to tell, and then you would get a haircut based on the question, like, your answers to her. And so I wonder if it's gonna be based the same way, like, when you deal with her. Red never visited my island. Does that mean I can build his caravan until... No, I think you should still be able to build his caravan, because if his stuff is here, you should still be able to build the caravan. Red should have visited your area, your house. It normally happens after you've had the museum and you've donated a certain number of items to the museum. So you may not have donated enough items to the museum. I don't know, like, what your island's thing is, but you have to donate a certain number, and then he shows up and sells you one painting. Like, you're guaranteed he'll just be on your island wandering around. He'll sell you something, and then his boat will start showing up. So if you haven't seen him on your island, because normally the villagers will tell you if he's there, sometimes you'll get warned by Isabel, but I believe you need a certain number of items donated first, because you have to unlock the art part of the museum in order for, like, in that whole thing. So, like, you have to meet certain criteria in order for him to rock up. It took me ages to unlock it on my main island, not just because it took a while for him to be put in the game. I think it was, like, there was an update for it, but it took a while for him to show up. It was, and I played every day, so it took, like, I think it was like 2, almost 3 months, but he could have been, I don't remember if he was an update thing or if he came in from the, no, I'm pretty sure he was an update thing, but it was a little while after he was released, I think, that he finally showed up at my island, because I was pretty, I was putting things to donate outside of the museum instead of donating them to the museum. So yeah, I'd have a look and see if there's certain requirements you need to meet before he'll show up, because I'm pretty sure there are. Oh, Harriet.
Newly added hairstyles.
I feel like they could have shown one of the cuter ones. This one is, in my opinion, is not the cutest one, especially with this hair color. I'm not a fan of this hair color. Sports your island. This part is so cute. I can't even with this part. It is adorable. Group stretching. I'm gonna waste so much time. It's like, what did you do today? Oh, I started my day by like doing group stretching with my villagers. What did you start your day doing?
Join in by using either button controls or motion controls with a Joy-Con controller.
I love this so much. This is gonna bring me a greater joy. And I like that Brewster and Wilbur both showed up.
Invite friends to your island or when visiting someone else's island. The resident representative can now enact island ordinances.
Yes, yeah, you need to donate. Okay, cool. So I was right. I did think you needed to donate a certain number. I don't know how many you've donated, but I've like, by the time it took like 2 seasons. I was a couple of seasons in when he showed up. It was like summer, beginning of summer. So I'd been through the end, like, because it was from March until, it was somewhere I think in like July or June. So it was a couple of months that it took. Yeah, so because you haven't donated very much, he's not going to show up until then. The easiest way to do it is probably with a combination of fossils, because you get automatic 4 a day. And then depending on what season you're in, if you're in winter, it's probably easiest with sea creatures and then fish. But if you're in summer, it's probably a little easier with like a combination. So winter is a little bit of a pain in the butt of all the seasons to do it in. Any of the other seasons is definitely easier. But yeah, once you've donated enough, he should just like show up. And you normally get warned about him by Isabel, I think, when he shows up. She's like, look out for suspicious figures or something, like the first time he shows up. And he doesn't actually, and he'll like, I think sticks around until you actually buy it. Because I think I saw someone had him just wandering around their island.
Early bird ordinance, for example. This will
What
make
is
all
the
island
okay?
residents awake and active.
Now I know you're not. I know people are like, this is shady. I don't want to like, do anything. If you don't want to force your villagers to do anything, like ordinance-wise, the 2 easiest to do are either Beautiful Island or Bell Boom. They used to have another one. I think New Leaf had had another one. Those are probably the 2 if you don't want to force your villagers to do anything. I do Night Owl Ordinance most of the time because I like the villagers being up later, because I typically am playing at nighttime, and so it's just easier if they all get up a little, like they stay up later for me, so I can see it. And I think it also affects the shops. It means that the shops either open earlier or stay open later, and I just don't play Animal Crossing enough in the mornings for me to justify doing it in the mornings. Daily tasks are going to be getting miles, collecting fossils, bugs, and fish. Yeah, those are like your best thing to do. And Red normally shows up at least once for everyone. He's a pain in the butt to show up after that. I've been informed that he is such super annoying for like just not rocking up. But that aside, he does in fact show up once. My first artifact, like art piece for him to give to me was the one that's like the wave, the Japanese wave one. Very pretty. I don't know if he does the same art piece for everyone, because I know on my second island he hasn't shown up at all yet, and I'm only getting the museum tomorrow in the game anyways. So I've only donated like 15 things. It's gonna be a while before he shows up on that island anyways. But yeah, I'm definitely going with Night Owl Ordinance, even though it means I'm forcing my villagers to stay up later. But I know a lot of people seem to like the Bell Boom one, or liked the Beautiful Island, because in New Leaf, when the Beautiful Island one, it would force your flowers not to wilt. Because before this game, your flowers not only wilted, but on top of that, like if you ran through them, they would just disappear entirely. They'd turn gray, they'd die if you didn't water them. Like, it was so easy for flowers to die. They were so delicate. Which is why in the new one, the fact that if you don't watch them at all, and like like enclose your flowers, they'll just like take over your whole island. And I'm like, how you guys, did you just like switch the nozzle like too much when you did this? Because you went from being like the flowers gray after not being watered for a couple of days, if you run through them they disappear entirely, to like only the flower petals disappear, which I'm fine with. Like I'm fine with this change in relation to that, because that seems more normal. But they also, if you don't enclose them in like invisible tiles, they will take over your whole island. Like, how did that change happen? That's a big like alteration. So I wonder what the beautiful island ordinance is. I'm sure she'll like tell you when you ask about it in this menu. She'll be like, oh yeah, this is what this means. Or like they'll come out, you can probably find somewhere like information on what they'll mean. But
take the early bird ordinance.
I'm definitely going Night Owl.
This will make all islands offered by tenants that best Nook have been upgraded. More
yes, okay. So with this, this is the normal house. What I want is a couple of my houses that I'm gonna put in the woods, like the wooded areas, are going to be this. This exterior is perfect for a couple of the houses I have that I'm thinking of doing. It's just they're perfect. This one's really good for some of the ones that I want to make as a part of a farming area, like not farm, farm and fish area onto my 2 different islands. So this house is kind of perfect for that. But
your home's exterior to
this one makes me happy. Because one of my ideas is making like a Spirited Away little area, making one of the houses like look exterior wise like a Spirited Away area. The inside is not going to be Spirited Away in all likelihood, because I'm still making it the enchanted house. Like it's my enchanted horror house. I am changing what the interior is going to look like. I'm not going to completely empty it until I know what the new items are. Because I'm probably going to update it with time and some new items whenever that happens. But the exterior, I'm going to make it this one. And I'm going to make the whole thing into like red. And I'm very excited. This exterior came at a perfect time because I'm going to put the red bridges leading up to it. I know exactly what I'm using my extra bridges and staircases for. Although I am still going to plan it all out with squares first to make sure that I know exactly where I want it placed, how much space I need for the bridges in between each other, all that stuff. I want to make sure it's all situated correctly. But this exterior could not come at a better time. And the fact that they're giving us extra storage, I feel like it's just kind of necessary. Because they're giving us all these extra items, all these new items. They can't just abandon us to like having 2,400 storage. I was watching someone who was like struggling the other day because they had to clear out their storage and just like completely remove all these items. They're like, all these items have to go because they needed the storage for other things to craft with. It's just, it's madness because we have all these materials alongside all the items. And so as a result, people like, and all the clothing too. It's not like a separate clothing storage. So I'm like, as all these new items are coming into the game, and likely new items from the DLC, we're gonna need more storage. Or we're just gonna like drown in like all the exteriors of everyone's islands. It's just gonna be like storage for all the items that can't fit in their house. It would be a hard moment. We needed the extra storage. It was a necessary thing. Okay. So I looked at this and I was just like, be a chef. I remember a while back there was discussion of like how when people were doing like a deep dive mine into like a deep dive into the source code for the game, there was actually stuff that hinted at like crops being added into the game. So I knew about that rumor from back like last year, late last year. Some of the code was added into the game. Everyone was like, it hasn't been announced. It's probably not a thing. They must have just been testing something out. Because sometimes there's little bits and pieces they test out that still ends up in the code for the game. They just don't remove it because they don't need to, and it's not activated. But here it is. The crops are coming. We're gonna be a chef. I'm excited. The Pro Camera app makes me a little nauseous when I see it being used. It actually makes me feel queasy because I have motion sickness, and so that one actually like brings me motion sickness. And so I'm kind of hoping that like that one doesn't get too bad. Because I'm probably only going to use it at specific times, but it would be funny to see like hide and seek. Like, you know how there's like the hide and seek games done by streamers sometimes? It'd be funny to watch hide and seek, but done through the Pro Camera app. Like as a hard mode. Like, can you find the people, but through the Pro Camera app? Because I don't know if it would be so difficult. I'd be curious to see how it would go. So I noticed this custom design patterns plus. I think that just means like, that now you can use all the design patterns in your house and as clothing. I think that's what all that means. Or that might be and the pro decorating one is the roof. Custom fencing in a flash is the customizing your fencing ability. New reactions is the 11 reactions. Pro construction license. That one's the one where you get 2 extra bridges and 2 extra ladders, staircases. Top 4 fab. I feel like that's an old one and they just haven't like Okay, let's pause and see what all these are. Alright, okay. So let's see. So that's flour, and that's probably sugar. So I feel like those are 2 kind of like how when we have like minor items to customize that go into other things. That feels a lot like that. Like those are 2 items you have to customize, like make separately to make the other thing. I'm like, or they may just be like their own separate item. I'm kind of curious to see if like you'll have to make the minor things to make the bigger things. This looks like some kind of pumpkin soup. So these are kind of soups. That must be the minestrone soup. That's a salad. There's a couple of pasta meals in here. And there's like a bread loaf. Sandwiches. That kind of looks like a pie. No, go back. Pause. Okay. There's the pizza. There's a reason they didn't go all the way down. This is only partially down, like a tiny bit down. There's more down here that they aren't showing us. I feel like in that is probably the groceries bag and the like basket with the like all the fruit and veggie in it. Because I don't think they wanted to show us all the stuff. Okay, yeah, I was right. You have to make the flour. So essentially, I think you'll have to make like the flour and sugar to make some of the other food items that are in this. Because those look like fries. That looks like fish and chips. Or it could be like bread of some kind. But I think that's fish and chips, like crumbed. There's bread. This kind of is like one of those pastry things. You know, like the bread that you like pull apart in like little things? It kind of reminds me of that. Pizza. Looks like some kind of a non-bread. Spaghetti, that's probably a pasta dish, and there's the fish. So I think that like there may be those sugar and flour may have to be made to make some of the other food. Cause wait a sec. Okay. So this is savory. There's desserts, and then there's this. So there's 3 separate sections. And so I have to wonder if like this separate section is going to be like food items that are like food related, but they're not edible. You know, because these ones are all edible, but they had the grocery bag in that basket, and I don't think that those are edible. So I think that there might be like separate food items that are just not edible, whereas these ones are all edible.
Combine ingredients like
tomatoes, wheat, potatoes, sugarcane, potatoes, carrots.
Why not make a delicious meal from your bountiful harvest?
Okay. You're just teasing me. You ain't gonna show me anything, are ya? So this thing is new. I wonder how many different kind of like stove things that there are. So yeah, these little preserve jars, they look like tuna's preserved, like pickled tuna. And then there's this basket. So I'm personally thinking that there's some items that are food related, but they're not actually like actual like food items you can eat. They're just food related. That's my like personal greater theory on that. But this thing is so adorable. I wonder if you can customize it and how many other like cooking things are. I know that the ranch kitchen is being added in the DLC for the other game, but I want to know how many like cooking stations that we might get, because this one's adorable. In fact, my like witch's basement I have for Emma is getting this cooking thing in it, no questions asked, because it is perfect for like, you know that? And there's like little pickled stuff behind it, so I wonder if customizing it would mean that like the food that's on this side would change and what the options are. So yeah, we can see an apple cider. Like this looks like a quiche, like a kind of like a quiche. You know what a quiche? Quiches are like an egg based like pastry dish thing with like fruit and like with like veggies inside it, like tomatoes and like carrot, I think, and bacon bits. So I think that looks like a quiche. Or some kind of pie. That's the minestrone soup, and that's a sandwich. So,
sorts of dishes to lay across the dining table.
Yeah, I think there might be like, okay. So there's sugar cane, potato sprout, tomatoes, wheat. So they didn't have any other like veg there. I like that it gives you like little thing points.
Pro decorating license.
I like this like shelf thing. So I think that they're gonna add certain wall like roof items that are probably DIYs related to certain sets. Like this ironwood shelf. So some of these may be DIYs, whereas other ones might just be purchasable items. Like I think these three over here are purchasable items, but I think this one could be a DIY. So there's always the chance we're gonna get more DIYs. Look, there's bread. Is there anything else? Yeah, there's the grocery bag back there in the corner. And I think this is a new bed. So my personal theory is continuing to look very much like it's gonna happen. Yeah, there's the construction license. Very exciting. This park fencing is so cute. And I actually saw someone point out that they thought that when you customize the fencing to be two different colors, it doesn't connect. Which means that you could always make like the same fencing but have like mismatched ones and they would be separate, so you could have little strips of each one. And you know how like when people have like they have to use the fencing to block off 2 yards, if you do one, like if you have the same fencing directly next to it, it would always connect. Even if it's like one apart, they would still connect between the two, which drove me mental, which is why I didn't use fencing for most of the people's houses, because I was like, I wanted the same type of fencing to surround it, but I didn't want the two to connect next to each other, because they still would, because they're next to each other. Whereas if you can customize it and place it next to each other, so it'll be like, you know, like exterior fence and then exterior fence, they would touch, like if they're one's less than a square apart, they would touch. Whereas now you'll be able to have them as 2 separate fence lines that are just next to each other. So this kind of like really like makes it cool, because I didn't use a lot of the fencing because I thought the fencing was dumb.
Fencing, block fencing.
This block fencing is very cute. I can see it being used in a number of the like Japanese themed islands.
And corrugated iron.
And I've seen a couple people comment of like how they made like trash areas. This will probably end up very popular and that kind of thing in combination with the barbed wire.
Will be added, letting you diversify your island.
I've never used lattice fencing, but I might use this log fencing, as the log fencing is cute. Now this one here, I would specifically use it, I think, in like a kind of bamboo area, because I have all my bamboo trees, but I've always wanted to make a specific kind of like bamboo area for if I had any like Japanese themed villagers on my island. And this kind of I think is where I'd use it, because I don't really like, because we don't really, I was always wondering why we didn't have any kind of bamboo fencing on at all, because we have all these bamboo items, but we normally, like with a lot of the bigger sets, they would come with some kind of fencing attached to them, because there's like the Imperial set has the Imperial fencing. We had like, there were some just like ones that seemed connected, and then I was always wondering why the bamboo didn't get a fence at all. Like it just didn't seem to have one at all, considering it had all these bamboo items. It just didn't make much sense to me. So this kind of fits in with that. I think this is Harvey's old fencing. I think it's been removed now from the island. But that one looks like, okay, this one is personally my favorite, and I don't know if I'm ever going to use it. but I love it. I had wondered why they didn't do any kind of fencing for winter or any of the other, like, the winter season, because they did one for Halloween. They have that spooky fencing. They have one for Easter, but there wasn't one for winter. I also had to wonder why there wasn't one for the spring season, like, other than the bunnies, but I suppose the bunnies kind of, like, apply. Autumn doesn't really have one except the, like, maybe the spooky fencing, so those seasons seem to have one. Summer you could maybe say has the mermaid fencing, but I wouldn't say that the mermaid fencing is especially summery. Regardless, this, like, winter fencing is gorgeous. I have to wonder if it's one of the customizable ones, because it's beautiful.
Customized too.
My other big question is going to be which fences are customized. I'm actually going to, when this game gets the update, and once I have this, like, this actual thing, I'm actually going to go through all the fencing that there is. I'm going to make, like, one set of each of them and see which ones can be customized and into, like, what colors, because I'm genuinely curious which fences can be customized and what they look like when they've been customized. So I'm going to actually go through and make one of every single type of fencing, something I haven't done as of yet. And this is going to be the result. It's very cute.
The camera app on your...
Yeah, this mode makes me feel kind of ill. I don't know what it is, but I like that he's the one selling the crops. So let's see. Go back a sec. So it looks like, I think that's the pumpkins, that's tomatoes and carrots. So that says, Yatari? Yade? It looks like Yade, but it could be something else.
And if you...
Yeah, it still makes me feel ill. I wonder why this one only says, like, for top. I wonder why you can't wear them as hats or as skirts or pants. Or dresses. But this is probably my preferred method of using it as, like, accent walls. Because I always thought the patterns were cute for, like, random furniture. But they make a good, like, accent wall. These haircuts.
Ones that Harriet will teach you.
Oh, look at this. Alright. These haircuts bemuse me, because a couple of them are really cute. Like, I like this one.
Will be added.
This one's cool. Again, like, I'm glad that there's a bit of a diversity with these haircuts, that they're not all just, like, you know, the same, that there's, like, a range of, like, kind of what you would expect out of, like, normal people in a crowd for hair. You could kind of see, like, a range of people having. This one still makes me laugh, though. What even is this haircut? I'm gonna use it at least once. I can tell you that this haircut is probably going to be popular among some people. I want to see it with a hat. That one's cool. I like these last couple of guy haircuts, or like boyish haircuts. I'm actually probably going to use at least one of them, I think, on one of the girls. Because I do like the hairstyles, and I was thinking of making one of the girls I have a little more boyish. Because I'm making my islands, even though they're, like, themed on, like, country and forest, the characters don't have to dress typically. Because, like, I know Darcy's character that I have on my island, I dress him half the time in, like, feminine, like, clothing. But this haircut especially, I love it. I love this new hairstyle. And I can see based on the picture that there's this other one in there that we didn't get a look at. So let's see. So there's these ones we were shown. There's these two.
We'll teach you.
Then there's this one, that one. Okay, so this is that one. It just kind of looked like we hadn't been shown it. Alright, that's cool. But I do like these last two a lot, and I'm probably going to use them for a couple of villagers.
Actions.
Okay. Dancing. Alright. So, they say 11 reactions. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So this one looks like there's ones where they're, like, pumping your muscles. There's some other, like, movement one. There's another wave kind of one. There's the double wave. There's this one which is say cheese, the listening ears, jamming, stretching. So I wonder what the last couple are.
With these reactions.
If I was gonna say any kind of reaction, I would love that one where you're, like, dancing along, but you're kind of, like, skipping. I know that's not really feasible, so this like dancing in place one is probably the best alternative. So I'm genuinely curious what the remaining ones are. Because we have dancing, we have scaring ones, we have a lot of like general ones. I mean, maybe it could be something that like, because we have one where you can kind of simulate the stretching part that we get inside that yoga, like the warm-up stretch part. So if I was gonna say another reaction, maybe we'd have one where we could do that kind of like wishing like motion like we do when it's up there, or maybe some kind of like blessing one, or you know how like when we have the showmanship and pride ones where they kind of swivel and like stars appear? It could be something else that's kind of in the same range as that.
Island Life 101.
So this I genuinely think is a good app for like newcomers, because a lot of people are always like wondering what kind of like things, and this is like good tips for people starting out of like what to do next, because I remember speaking with people who just started out, and I made an effort to like look into what kind of things you needed to do early on to unlock certain things, but some people didn't. And so there was a couple of people I met early on when the game got released. They're like, how do I get the museum? There's always people that like don't, because it's not, there was no tutorial telling you what kind of things you need to do in the game. So this is kind of, I think, like it. I wonder at which point this will become like available, if it'll only become available after you get Town Hall, or if it'll be available before you get Town Hall. So that's kind of where my query with it comes in mind. Okay, we're gonna go back and look at these items. Alright. So let's see. There's the crosswalk signal, triangular topiary, curved streetlight. That is a terrible view of that. 1, 2, 3, pause. Okay, got it. Flower bed? Okay, so you can get the flower bed. I was wondering about the flower bed in relation to like, because it looks really cute and I kind of wanted it on my main island for certain areas. Like near the museum, maybe? So the flower bed, plastic bench, I think that's something we had before. No, we had the public bench, so that plastic bench must be something new. We have the snack machine, the springy ride-on. There's a plaza arch, which I kind of want to know what that's going to look like, because we have the plaza clock. The volleyball net we've seen, I believe, because I believe it was in the DLC. They showed an image of a volleyball net, so I think that's what that's going to look like. There's the windmill, I think we had the parabolic antenna, but that might be the something from like one of the public works from before. This park fountain, though, is really cute. I have no idea where I'd put it, but it's adorable. The pergola, plaza balloon wagon. We had the solar panels and soccer goal before. This is adorable. I'm glad that we can customize this with Reese and Syra, like over there, because then we can at least see all the different versions of it, and we could just buy multiple of it, do all the customized versions of it, and then decide which ones we want to place on our island and which color. It makes it a little easier for people who like don't have online and can't trade. So I think maybe Reese was given that ability because of that, because people were having problems with the fact that you couldn't, without having online, get this.
Redeeming your Nook.
Let's see. What is an Azumaya gazebo? Okay, no, we didn't have the antenna before. We had the wind turbine. No, wait, I think the parabolic antenna is that big dish thing. But the Azumaya gazebo, that's new. So is the gazebo. Those sound adorable. Inflatable plaza toy? I wonder if that's that big elephant thing. Plaza game stand. The plaza train. I want the train. I want the train now, because I'm like, if it's a big train, I could then replace my train with it, but I'm like, I'm not waiting for the update to come out to update my DA and start flattening. That's a crazy idea. The Ferris wheel is adorable. I can see so many people after this update just making like a sideshow alley kind of area with like all these kinds of things in there. Because there's a merry-go-round, and the Ferris wheel. I think, did we have the merry-go-round before? We had the teacup ride. So we already had the teacup ride, but I don't believe we had a merry-go-round. So there's gonna be people who had, I know, like, areas that were kind of for, like, games and fun, and I believe that this is going to result in them just, like, updating all of that. And I'm almost, because I'm making a harvest kind of themed town, I'm kind of thinking about making an area that's got, like, clown tents and, like, plaza and these kind of rides, is like kind of like a spooky kind of area with just, like, the rides. So I'm debating making one for that, because I was gonna make part of my island a little spookier. So if I do that, a lot of these things are gonna come in so useful, because I was kind of stumped on, like, how to make a really good, like, kind of theme parky park area. So these are really, like, helping me with the ideas.
When your pockets fill up from the day's activities.
Now, my only problem with this is where I'm going to put it, and I wonder if, like, with it, if you can only access the one that's attached to you. So if it means because I have 8 villagers, I'm going to have to place 8 of these on the island. Like, I don't have a problem with that. I might just have to hide them. But if I'm kind of hoping I can get away with putting one and everyone can access it from the same one and access their personalized storage the way you can with, like a dresser and the stuff outside. So I'm kind of hoping that that becomes the case, because this is going to make crafting so much easier. It's honestly going to make crafting a ton easier if you can access materials from outside.
On your island, so use it to easily store items.
I like that it has the counter for all your storage, so you know how much space you have. This could be really useful for when you want to, like, go buy clothes, so you know how much storage you have. Do 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 do.
KK slider.
Oh man, these songs. Okay. Okay, so there's Chill Wave, Basement? Bashment? I think it says Bashment. Break, Chirino, Chirino, Dub, Fugue, Hip Hop.
More hits, like KK Break.
There's some kind of, like, one over here that's got, like, the Chinese guitar, I think that is. So it could be something, like, Oriental themed. You know, like how we have, like, Imperial and King, and there's a couple others. So I think maybe that one's kind of in the same vein of that. There's a KK Slacky down the bottom. KK Lovers, Polka, and KK Roido? Roku? No, that's a do. So, Roido. Weird. So I'm not really sure what this one's title is, but that kind of reminds me of, like, anime music. I know a couple people said, like, K-pop, but I'm also like, it's in Japanese, so wouldn't it be, like, J-pop? But it kind of reminds me a little bit of, like, anime titles, especially because of, like, this bigger paw thing here and the blue hair. It makes me think of, like, anime boys. So I'm almost entirely convinced that this album here is gonna be, like, a rock album of some kind.
And KK Polka. You can even.
This item is so adorable. I didn't know you could customize the boxes over there. I wonder if that's, like, the one with all the records in it. Because if so, I didn't know you could customize it.
A newly added furniture.
Is that a new wallpaper? That looks like a new wallpaper. Oh my god, they may have new wallpapers in the game, because of, like, if there's new wallpapers available, that would be so amazing. There's some wallpapers that were in Happy Home Designer that I loved that never came into Animal Crossing New Leaf from what I remember. Or if they did, I didn't find them. I would love it if they would come into, like, the main house.
Looks like something's buried.
Gyroids! Do 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 do. Okay, for anyone who's curious what the history around gyroids is, I'm gonna just tell you. Because I know I wrote it down here, so let's see. Do do do. Mm-hmm. Alright, alright. Bum, 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 bum. So the origins of the gyroid. This is essentially what the origin supposedly is of these creatures. It seems that they exist so they're only in the Animal Crossing, although the game itself does not state much about them. So like the game doesn't really tell you their origin story, their backstory. But in the Japanese version, they're called haniwa, and they resemble these little like haniwa figurines. So they represent the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead. It's assumed they are built to protect and hold the souls of the deceased. So you'd find a lot of them like buried near or with the dead. And so the fact that you can just find these now on your island is mildly concerning. You know, just a little bit. Unlike some it concerns me a little tiny bit. So that's essentially what my thought process, that's kind of like the basis of like these figures and these fragments are supposed to hold the soul. And so the fact that you're now digging them up and then just like burying fragments on your island and watering them,
and plant and water.
I'm just like, I just can't. I honestly kind of want to just make a new hide and seek and hide these all over the island and be like, hey, come find my gyroids. So I might actually make like a secondary thing in it. So I'm going to have the hidden gnomes, but I'll also have hidden gyroids in place of Koroks. Because I had my Korok, so I can delete the Korok square and just have I might still keep it on the wanted poster, but I can kind of delete it if I want to.
Experiment with different gyroid combinations or use them with music to
they're adorable. See, look at this one up here. This one this one here totally reminds me of a Korok. It so much looks like them. And this one too kind of resembles it.
Harmonies.
I'm gonna use these in so many places. I'm just gonna hide them in the corners of my roof to give random noises into rooms in my house.
Gyroids can be customized to match.
It's adorable. These are so cute and so weird at the same time. So in Animal Crossing New Leaf, because your storage it was a disaster up there, you could decorate rooms inside the museum, and I just made a room in the museum, all gyroids. I just placed them all through this room, so I didn't have to get rid of them, because you couldn't find a lot of them. A lot of them, you could only find them by digging them up after it rained, or randomly. And it just was it was such a pain to try and find specific ones again, that if I liked the noises some of them made, I would store them in these museum rooms I had, and just never let them leave. Or I'd put them in the storages of my other houses. Because there were so many of them, but you couldn't rebuy them, or you couldn't if you sold them. So you just had to hold on to these things for the day you may use it. It's gonna be the same exact thing with these. You're just gonna have to hold on to them until the day you may use them. Now, I'm just gonna take a break, and then we're gonna continue the analysis of this. I'll just be a couple of minutes while I do that. And back. Okay. Nature was calling. Had to disperse. I nearly said, hey, is that wall thing like a thing we've had before? And then I was like, oh wait, it's not. But look at this like drink down here. Cause I know in when they were showing the new items you could buy in Nook's Cranny, they had a drink down there, so I'm wondering if some of the food items will randomly be sold inside Nook's. The same way as you would like randomly get you know, like cardboard boxes or like you'd get like items that can be made like the magazine stacks or something. Sometimes you'll occasionally get like ones that are DIY ones that are made off one. Not often, I haven't seen them very often, but I think there was a couple that I saw. I might just have been imagining it. It might have been a dream. I might have been like casually hallucinating. But these are adorable. I'm gonna use these so much. This is why I'm just like, I'm redecorating my entire home. But yeah, see, this is the little drink. And it looks like it's got fruit in it. So I'm wondering if like there's gonna be like berries and like kiwis and other like small random fruits inside the game. And that this is just gonna be the result of it. Me just like having a ton of little drinks. I remember watching someone who had like a cafe and there's people who had bars and they're like, we just don't have enough drinks. They just had to put like all these teacups around, like the like little tea. Yeah, it's teacup. Had to put like teacups around and the food we've had is so restricted. So we haven't been able to put a lot of stuff on display for like markets and like cafes. And everyone was wondering, like, they had to do something and put more food items in the game because we've always had food items. Not a ton of food items. We've always had food items. And we just don't have any, we haven't had any food items. There's been like random ones we got as like updates or seasonal items we've had, but we used to have more food items from memory. And so the fact that we didn't have any was just concerning. But this gaming computer... This is the computer I wish I had. I wish I had this now. It's adorable. It's awesome. I would love this computer. So I'm gonna try and get it in game. You can see by the little tag down the bottom, you can tell it's expensive. They only put this tag with the expensive items in the game. Usually the ones that are at least 100,000. I can imagine this one's gonna be, it's gonna be up there. Because normally a computer this size with this many monitors would be a little expensive anyways. Because that looks like a stream deck, like little cushions for it, like speakers, headphone, like a wireless headphone set with like a microphone. So this is all gonna be pricey, like normally. This is cute. I kind of wonder if some of these are customizable or if like they come in different colors. We're not gonna know until the update comes out how many colors that some of these have. But normally they do like a pale wood color, a darker wood color, and then they'll have like a black kind of color with a lot of these kind of items. So I think that they're probably gonna do that similar kind of thing. That's at least my thinking on the subject. It could be different. You never know.
Ceiling decor.
So I think that they're not gonna have like always one of the wall items, like the hanging items. I think it'll spiral through the same way no other stuff does, like other wall items. But this amazing machine, I saw one in Dom's that was gray, so you have to wonder if this is customizable or if it only comes in this one color. And then it's like, if Reese and Cyrus can customize it, does that mean you'll unlock the customized color in like your like normal like Nook catalog?
The shop will also get furniture that's never been seen before.
I'm genuinely curious about these things, and I'm not gonna know until November 5th. I have so many things to test out. I'm essentially probably gonna make a video of things you might not know from so look out for that. It's going to be a thing I do.
You'll be able to
I like that you can customize these. I saw that there was 2 different colors, so it looks like you can customize the color of these wooden ladders. Normal color. Yeah, so there's a white one, and there's a red one. So it looks like you'll be able to customize them, so I'm assuming that you can do several, like there's probably going to be, there might be like blue, green, white, red, maybe a pink. So you can always like theme what color you make it based on the flowers and stuff in that area. They might have a brown or like a, something or like a darker green or thing that could blend into the cliff. I wonder if you can also place these like behind the cliffs. You could always have like hidden ladders.
This DIY
Oh wait, go back.
around your island.
Okay, be ready, I can pause. Aha! Look at that! There's the stand with all the magazines in the corner there. Look at that. Oh my god, it's coming. I was wondering about that, so I think that they've, along with the items, oh my god, there's the sushi platter. The future is here. I knew there had to be more food items. I knew it. I knew there had to be food items. I knew there had to be more items, because some of these items were in the game for ages. They came with Happy Home Designer, some of them were before Happy Home Designer. You could get these items in Pocket Camp. You could not get these items anywhere in this game, and I was like, there's so many things that are missing for like making like shops or making like restaurants or making like the kinds of things that you knew you could always make in Animal Crossing, and you just couldn't find them, like food. I'm so excited. Okay, so see this little chef thing? I think that there might be like a beginner set of food items you can get through this kind of DIY, and I wonder if you can get all of them through that, or if you have to get them kind of the way you get normal DIYs, of like hunting them down as you go. And because they look a little different on the exterior, they don't have like the little pine cone thing, so I'm kind of curious what the like methodology for actually getting them is going to be.
Purchased from
Or if maybe like each day they're gonna have a new set of them. So I mean, we're not gonna know for ages. So yeah, here's more food. So they've got the preserved jars of these. They've got the bread loaves. They've got these little like jam jars for like apples. So this is why I'm convinced that there's some items that are going to be like that items showed that it, like they had the tab and it was like the sweet, savory, and then like items that were food based. So I think these ones might all fall under that, like these two, like these three. This one's a food you can probably eat, but these ones I don't believe they are.
This isn't a room.
This should always have been a thing, because half of the furniture is like, because you can't get the rooms bigger for at least the time being like this. I do wonder if because we can do the things we learnt in Happy Home Designer in like the Happy Home Paradise we'll be able to do in the game, if that means we can change the size of the rooms, like make them bigger to like the full size. I have to wonder if that's like a thing that we'll be able to do. Look at them arrive at your house, because in the past you could like schedule when they would come to your house, as well as sometimes they just rock up. So I wonder if it's going to be both ways, or if it's just going to be like they may stop by.
What do you think?
I'm very happy. This makes me thrilled. I am genuinely happy. I know I've said some critiques and criticisms in relation to this, but I am genuinely pleased with how this has all like gone.
There's new content
and like the stuff that's in it. Okay, these things here. Oh my god, look at that. Do you see that? I just noticed it. Do you see this down here? This like ladder thing? What's that? What on earth? What does this mean? Does this mean you can make several different types of ladder? Like several like different looking ones? I just noticed this. Okay. If that's the thing you can do, because this looks like someone's island, so I wonder if there's different styles of the like setup ladder, so when you customize it, not only is it different colors, maybe there's a couple of different types, because this looks like an iron one. We have the vine, which could be like you could make it out of weeds, so it could be one you can also make, or you might have to just like find it, or maybe you need these vines to craft it. And then there's this like iron one that you can customize, so maybe there's like 3 different types of ladder, because that would be really cool if there's like a couple of different types of ladder that you can make. I know I'm very loud at the moment. I'm just like very excited, and I'm just like, oh my god. But these plants are coming home to my island. They're coming home to my island, these like glowy leaf things, and I'm going to put them all through my forest, because my forest I want it to be mystical and magical, and it's just not there yet. It's just not hitting what I want it to. And so this is going to get me there. This is gonna get me the rest of the way there. I'm convinced of it. Nothing else has convinced me more. But look how cute they are. I'm just, these make me happy.
Some of them outside of what
I'm very excited. And oh my god, like little glowy bits came off them as you wander through. Look at Sasha. Is that, I think we already have that furniture already. Those ones. This guy, we've heard his name.
This free
Look at little Sasha. Hi.
Launches November 5th.
Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm trying to see if there's any like other items that might be like spoilers inside this.
We hope you'll continue enjoying your island experience.
I don't see anything extra new in that part. Alright, the to work part. We're gonna analyze this. Greater joy. Come at me.
Oh?
I want to go to work.
Something new is on the horizon.
I like that this is DLC connected in the same game, even though it's kind of a separate game inside the game. Rather than being like a secondary game you have to close out of this one and go into.
This archipelago,
I'm gonna spend so much time in this part of it. I'm gonna spend so much time doing this like planner thing. Like, look at these vines. Look at this. I want to make this on my island. I want to put all of these vines all through my island. I'm gonna use this and the ready-made ladders everywhere. There is going to be no ladder left for people to get everywhere. I'm going to make my whole island completely traversable through the setup ladders, these vines, and like little jumpy stations. If you can't jump there, you're not meant to. That's essentially what the lesson is going to be. Oh, it makes me happy. Oh my god, look at the pillars. I just noticed. Are we gonna get... Maybe that's the plaza, like, arch? Because these arches and these columns, I need them on my islands. Okay, so one of my islands is themed around, like, the Celtic gods. And these kind of, like, vines and things, because the only thing so far that I could use to kind of scream, like, Celtic, ruins, god, that kind of, like, like, feeling was, like, Stonehenge. That's it. That's the only thing, like, so far. And maybe the Maui, the, like, M-O-A-I, those, like, those heads. The Easter Island, like, head things. Not Easter Island, it's something else. But regardless, those, like, head things are the only things I can think of so far that have, like, screamed, like, Celtic gods. But these pillars, so much. Even if I have to craft them, even if they're a DIY, I don't care. These items look really, really cool, and they would be amazing to have. Just, like, to decorate with.
This is animal.
So yeah, I think these bushes may be the new bush thing that we get as part of like the update, because I can see them here on this image. The name is gonna come to me. It's not hydrangea. It's not chrysanthemum. They're normally a tree flower. I know them on the back of my head. The back of my head.
Paradise.
I'm willing to pay for this DLC. Yeah, see these things, these flowers here. I totally have some in my area. So I think the reason they're on that island, the new flower, like the new bushes, because they come here with the DLC as well. Look at this monkey. He is the first monkey I've liked. And he's a lemur. Yeah, so you can see this behind you. You can see right up there in the corner where my mouse is. You can't really see it at the moment. That is that. Let's see. That is the... No, it's not the events bar. That is... Not that. Events list. Well, it's kind of hidden behind here, but you can see you can see it a tiny little bit in the corner up here. Like a tiny bit in the corner up here behind the events bar. And like the thing. There's another ladder here, and it's held by rope. So I think maybe that setup ladder thing, there's like multiple versions of it. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that there's multiple versions of this thing now. and that you're gonna have like multiple options to choose from, which I'm perfectly fine with. Like, I genuinely I like the fact that there seems to be a bit of diversity of the type of ladders you might be able to get and receive, you know? Okay.
Designing vacation homes.
You'll
be in charge of coordinating.
Okay. Nearly missed it. We gotta look at these houses, because I want to see what kind of items are available. Okay, so there's this adorable plant. I like that they're adding in some new plants, because we've been very much without the plants that we need to. Now, remember with Happy Home Designer, what you had to do was originally you would get a set of furniture. You'd unlock more furniture as you helped more people, because each person would have recommended furniture for their house, and so you'd unlock more furniture as you went, right? But then there was things you could only unlock with points, and you got these points for playing every day, in the game day, and it would their in-game days were a little different, because the day you would save it at the end of each job before you could do a new job. So I don't know if this is going to be the same way or not, or how it's all going to be laid out, but you would get points, and so every single day you could unlock certain things with which was art, bugs, fish, more music, sound effects, lighting, so I think that might be where that comes in, with the stuff that you're able to add in. So it might be something that you unlock as you do more houses for people. So I'm kind of curious how it's all gonna kind of evolve and come out. But I know that it's going to be a process of something probably similar to that, because they won't want you to unlock all of it at once. It'll be kind of a progression, which is a good thing for any game. It's kind of like levels.
Through your work, you'll be in
Okay, so let's see. This painting we haven't seen before. This chandelier, this wall thing. This lamp. This is the Rococo lamp. This lamp is very much one of the Rococo set. It looks like the Rococo set from way ago, because we had this furniture set called the Rococo set back in New Leaf. That looks like the Rococo set. I think we had this rocking chair, but this part here looks new. This vase.
charge of coordinating.
The pretzels are new. The bunny figurine is new. These, I think, are the planters that they talked about, that we unlock. That's new. Well, those are the new, fencing. I think we have both. Yeah, we have both of these bushes. I like that you can add the staircase so you can have, leveled housing. But yeah, these bunny figurines are new, and I think those are the planters that you can get inside, for Nook Mile tickets, because these were an item inside. They were part of the update. Have got those items. This claw machine is new, so I can upgrade the arcade. Oh, and this lighting. So that lighting was also in his house, but it's in hers. And this plant thing, because the thing is, something everyone keeps complaining about repeatedly. I've heard it complained about many times, and it was the fact that we don't have enough plants. We just didn't have enough plants. We wanted more plants, because you only had the cacao, this cacao bush thing. You had the fern plant, the Montessera. You had the cat grass. There was the bonsai bush, bonsai shelf. You had the bonsai bush in it was in pine, and then the cherry blossom one, and then together they became the bonsai shelf. And you had the anthurium plant. I think that was about it. There was only maybe 10, max of 10 types of plant. So it looks like they're adding in several other plants. So they've added in this potted ivy thing. Oh yeah, we also had the ivy wall thing, and we wanted more wall plants. So they've got these tiles as well that have been added in. Oh yeah, and that bird thing was added.
Lifestyles for characters.
There it is. So this little birdie thing has been added. That's so cute. That's adorable. I love that. And the couch is Rococo. They've added in the Rococo couch. So it seems like the Rococo set and the ranch set are making a comeback.
Paradise planning is
Yeah, these are the cute little bushes. Look at the tiny little fan palms. The fan palm, that was it. You know what? I would have loved to see them do owls with like the mushroom forest. That would have been so cute. I think they didn't want to do the arcade because they didn't want to show off all the new arcade items that have been added in. Or at least the arcade items that are available in this.
For example, meet Maple.
Maple!
Her dream vacation home
Maple's
is filled
adorable.
with lots and lots of bears. And on
Well,
which
of course. So it looks like there's a pretty wide array. See, the thing is, with these, there was always the thing of, like, when you had each square, like each plot, you would then be able to shift between layouts, so you could change the orientation, you could rotate, I think there was like 3 or 4 options for each spot of like what it would look like, so I wonder if you're able to do the same thing on this, because they're kind of hiding the buttons down here with this title, and so I have to wonder if you're able to change like the layout of each spot a couple of times. You know, like change little bits of it, or if it's like set.
Vacation home will be built.
That's adorable. I would have put Maple there. That's so cute.
Each island has
See, this is adorable.
distinctive features. Yards, for instance, may differ from island to island.
I like that it's got like the little slope thing, so I think maybe some of them come with the slope already. You don't think you place it, maybe?
Pick the island that best matches the request, then head on over to the site.
I wonder if maybe you can move the slope. I'm not going to find out until we get there. This is adorable.
Once you arrive on the island, take a tour of the home. Place
Hey,
the
boo.
designated furniture requested by the client.
Man. Maple and her
After
bears.
that, everything else is up to you. Lighting to the sea.
Okay, so this is the ranch set. This is very much the ranch set, and I loved the ranch set. I was a huge sucker for the ranch set. Look at this little, like, lamp. That's adorable. So you can see some of the lamps here. I think we unlock more as you go. But this is the fan. That one's like, this one kind of reminds me of like the 60s, 70s. Like I've seen lamps like this in some of the like retrofitted cafes where it's like their whole goal is for like the kind of retro style or like in a retro kitchen. That kind of reminds me of that. So I would have said that would have been cute with the ranch set, depending on its customization options. Okay. And this little shelf thing is new. So that's cute. We needed more bookcases, because honestly, we were kind of starved for bookcases. There was only one option, really. Oh,
It looks fantastic.
this is adorable. Oh, cute, a little box. So yeah, there's the wall, little planter things. There's a cute box. You can put, I didn't know you could put a t-shirt on that. That looks like that might be a new book, but it could be one of the Christmas books. The pretzels have made a comeback. Oh yeah, you can put a little flower inside. That's adorable. Because you used to be able to place plant flowers inside. So the fact that you can put a flower here, it makes me wonder if we can place flowers inside now again. Because it was something we could do. If we had extra flowers, we could just place them around inside. Instead of just dropping them in the house. Or having to have them in storage. So this is all the ranch set. So that's new. So is this box. And so are these wall things. And the ceiling stuff. Obviously.
While you're at it, why not suggest ideas for the yard? Not only can you place furniture.
Okay. So there's the ranch thing. So these are the suggested items for Maple. So the cot, these kind of like log stuff. There's a couple more ranch items that weren't used inside, I can see.
Also build fences. Plant trees.
This would be so easy. It would be so cool if we could do this on our normal island. Just be like, pew, pew. It would save so much time. But I like that you can do this like growing thing where you can click on the tree multiple times and change its height. Because I don't know how, because it means that they approve of baby trees. But these baby trees, like, I understand on our main island they have to grow to maturity, but I like that you don't have to plant something behind this one to stop it growing. This would make our lives so much simpler if we could do this.
And exterior can be modified too.
Oh my god, look at these options. There's like a wheel of the ones you can choose. So I wonder if when they showed off the exteriors we had on our main island, if these are all the options that are available, or if we're only available those 4.
And with the ability,
because this is the one we normally have, I think. These are the 4 that we saw to begin with. So there's a couple that are hidden. So I have to wonder if they're all available.
Harmony with nature.
These cookies are new. These cookies are definitely new. Oh my god, I didn't even notice. Look at the little bears. I don't know why I have such like hip-hoppy music going right now. Oh my god, me and this, it's like hip-hoppy music right now. No idea why that's going. Let me just move myself over here. So you don't have to stare at the beauty that is my Spotify. It's nothing exciting, honestly. I know I have this other one saved. Here it is. I was like, why am I listening to hip hop? Hey, sweet babe 9911. How's your day going? I hope you're having a good day, and thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the bear cave. I say this as I'm looking at Maple and all the bears. But I didn't even notice these like tiny little bears. Look at how adorable they are. Oh man, and they've got the vines and the flowers. It's so cute. I can't fully handle it. But I like the cookies. The cookies are a cute addition. I can tell they're a new item.
Seems like the client is pretty happy.
Hope your day's going well, sweet babe. Do you prefer sweet or sweet babe? Or do you want the full name? 9911. I'm totally gonna say 911 at some point instead of 9911. I can already tell. This is adorable. Look at this. This is so cute. Okay, so this furniture over here in the corner, we had something like that. It was called the it was like some kind of like patchwork kind of name, something like that, and that was kind of like one of the furniture sets we had. I'm good, Javi. You so ready for the update? Sweet babe. Okay, all right. Sweet babe, it is. Yeah, I'm so excited for it. I'm essentially like trying to find a good day for my DA, save my dream address, flatten the whole island in preparation, because I'm gonna redesign the whole thing. That's essentially where I'm at. I'm just like, bring on the new items, bring on the new stuff. I'm ready for it. I'm gonna like empty out all of my rooms. Probably, I'm gonna leave, I think, 3 rooms because I specifically want those 3 rooms that way. For the time being, at least. But the rest of it I'm gonna change. There's maybe one house, my like newest house, that I'm gonna leave the same, but everything else is getting flattened, it's getting cleaned out, it's getting erased, all of it's gonna be redone. I'm so excited for it. Okay, yeah, so I can see that out of this room, the new items are these ceiling things, the clock, the magazine rack's obviously new. The froggy chair, I always forget the froggy chair comes in a couple of colors. By the way, sweet babe, how are you doing today? Are you, like, I know you're good, but like, are you playing Animal Crossing? Are you playing something else? Are you like, I hope you're having like an exciting day. I know it's like 10 o'clock for me, so my day's almost over, but I'm still having a jazzy time. I think this is a different shelf. because we needed more bookshelves. This bookshelf here has been the only one we've had this whole game, and I think we had like the shelving for one of the others, and we had like book stands, this like book stand thing you see here, but we didn't have anything else. Oh my god, is that a new type of bear? I'm doomed. And look at the adorable little like new table and poofs. I swear we had these poofs before, but they were like marshmallow items from the Sweets set by Gracie. They were totally marshmallows. Is the cool set back? This is totally the cool set, but without that ugly pattern. So I don't know if anyone here remembers, but there's this set of furniture in New Leaf called the Cool Set. It was not cool, but it was called the Cool Set. And it was like this mismatched like blue and like this bluey purple and like black. And the color was kind of ugly. I collected it, but I didn't really like the color of it. I was always wondered why it didn't just go in straight black. And here we are. It's in full black. Look at this. And they brought the cowhide rug back. Yeah, you're playing animals in other games, but you're trying to wait for the update to work on your island. Fair enough. I know some people who are like restarting their island at the moment. So they're like restarting or flattening or cleaning out their storage in preparation. So they're like doing some like preparation stuff for it. But most people I know have either like fully decorated their island and they're like, cool, we've either like got to restart it, which some of them have, or some of them are partway through a new like idea, so they're like, cool, the new items will just be added in because they've done mostly exterior stuff, but they haven't really decorated the interior, and they've only done like quarters of their island. So for the most part, it's kind of a good time for a lot of people. So I've seen more like dream address searches or like DA tours, and I've seen a lot of like cleaning out our storage and dailies in like preparation for it. I think those are new slippers. That's perfectly understandable to be like waiting for the update before doing anything major. I know I kind of am just doing like dailies and preparation work. This looks like that new lamp thing. There was a blue one in the shop, but it's cute that it comes in different colors. And this looks like another color of that like plant that was in the shop. New painting again. So these are some new paintings. I love these new furniture items. That looks like a little tablet-y thing.
Various design techniques.
This is totally the old cool set. Okay. This room is my favorite of the villager ones we've seen, apart from like one of the maple ones. Cause look at this like shoe cupboard thing that used to be in the game. There's the bathroom items that were taken out. Look at this little like ice cream area, the ramen cup. Oh man, and look at the little thingy to put in front of your door, and this, another one of the little cypress baths, but it's made of stone. I loved these items in New Leaf. I loved the ones of these they had. These are such amazing items. I'm so glad that they're here. Even if they're only in the DLC. I assume that anything that's in the DLC, you can probably buy it, if not on your island, in the shop on the island, like in the archipelagos.
For example,
that's my assumption. So the thing is, they say here you can adjust your interior. I wonder if, because they say later on that we're allowed to use any of the techniques we learn on the island in our actual home, if we're able to reshape the rooms on our island. Because look at this. They have room size. They have this other thing, which I think is just the window shades part, like changing the blind colors. This is lighting, and this is the sound thing. So my real thought is, do we get to use all of these things on our island, or do we only get to use the lighting and the sound ambiance? Because we also get to do the columns and pillars, the columns and pillars thing we also get to do on our island. So I'm just so curious. Look at how cute this is. This is adorable. I can't even, it's so cute. So this is that pagoda, it's It was this like thing we could place as a public work on in New Leaf. These items here are new. These partitions, all of these like these umbrella things, and this plant. Those things are all new. Oh, and the camera. I didn't even notice this back table section. Like, those are all new.
In addition,
Those are all some new items. Carrie. I think this is Carrie. She's so cute.
walls to divide the space. Counters with 2 different heights.
They've essentially turned this game into The Sims.
And pillars
They've
that
essentially made this game into, like, the home project for everyone who loves decorating.
each can help change how the home is structured.
Alright. Pause a moment. This spice rack is totally new. This thing is totally new. These baby items here, I gotta say those are new. This book looks a little new. It's a different type of book. This plant is the one you could buy in the shop. Of course, the wall, like the roof items.
Structured.
Can I see around the other corner?
Lighting can be adjusted as well to enhance.
Okay, yeah, see there's the gaming computer, so it seems you can change the wallpaper. And these look like new wall plants. What is that? Look at that thing in the corner. What even is that? Is that a tube? Is that like a tube thing? He doesn't have a bed. Does that mean he goes into a tube? Kyle! Kyle, my dude. I'm learning so many things, new things about you. Kyle apparently sleeps in a tube. He was grown. He wasn't born. That's good to know. That's good to know, Kyle. No, Kyle, no. Yeah, that table is totally the Rococo table. I'm telling you, the Rococo furniture is finally back, and we don't even have to. And so this, I think, is why we're now allowed to remodel the villager houses fast. Because the thing is, when they came over to New Horizons from New Leaf, a bunch of villagers had their houses' interiors changed from what they were in New Leaf. Like, really cute interiors were totally changed and altered and made into ridiculously non-realistic for their house interiors because the items weren't available anymore. So the items weren't in New Horizons yet, so they had to change the interiors to be, like, suitable to the items that are already coded in the game. So this is why I think we're able to remodel the homes, so we can fix the problem. The first house I want to remodel is Buck's. Buck is my starter. If he's at home, I'll show you his interior in a little bit, but it makes me sad. His interior makes me sad, because he was one of my starters, and so he has the starter boring interior. I tried to even change his bed at one point, and now he just has 2 beds. But this also means that if we screw up and we give him something ugly and they put it in their house, we can take it out. We can be like, bye, awful thing. Oh my god, look at this construction room. Is that a digger machine? Does this mean we can make like construction zones in our island? Be like, cool, this area, this is a construction zone. It's off limits. Guys, just like back away, come back later. Yeah, all of you, like no one in this area. And you can just like put all the construction equipment blocking it off. Is that what this means now?
Depth to the home's atmosphere.
Because those items are new. These ones.
Polishing can give a finishing touch to the interior design.
I want this room, these things so much. Look at Flo. I think this is Flo. This could be Aurora. But look at the cute little like plant items.
And some effects.
Look at how adorable they are, because these are all items I've seen before.
Why not give
This one's a new item, completely new. I've never seen that before. But these lilies, this like back thing behind her, the greenhouse,
a new flourish?
this like cabinet over here, and these beds, I've seen all those before. So in theory, oh my god, there's a cactus? So that's new. But in theory, because they're all here in Happy Home Designer, it means that we should be able to, in theory, eventually get these items on our own, which means all these people who've been trying to make greenhouses and trying to make floral areas, we can finally make the greenhouses of our dreams. We can finally do it. We can finally have all the greenery we want. The greenery we've failed to have. The diversity of plant life.
To get compensated for your efforts.
I wonder why it's called Pokey. Are they paying Pokimane for using Pokey? Is that what's happening?
Within the office.
I say this with love, but nothing wrong with Pokimane. She's great. But why Pokey? What's up with this name? This is as weird as when they did Meow coupons. They had Meow coupons, and I still don't understand why they were called Meow coupons. I have yet to understand.
That may be hard to find on your island.
This one I'm not sure, and like it's cool as a beach item, but the pig I saw in one of the restaurants, and I wonder if it's something customizable or if it's not customizable. This like piggy.
You can take it home with you.
You can buy I was gonna say okonomiyaki, but it's not okonomiyaki. It's is it okonomiyaki? The like gift you bring back when you travel like away, because the thing is, when you go on a vacation, a lot of the expectation is that you'll bring gifts back for people. Like you bring them back for like coworkers, your boss, like friends, family. Usually like that, I think, is the expectation from what I understand of it in Japan. I don't know if that's like the way it is completely, but I know that you're usually expected to bring back some souvenirs for people. There's not as much of an expectation usually with other people. Usually, like, people do try and bring souvenirs back, so this kind of feels like a souvenir. You know? I love this plant. This plant is cool. I'm never gonna be able to say this name, though. Like, correctly. I have no idea how it's supposed to be said, but it's Schiflora? Schiflera? Schiflora? I'm never, ever going to say this name correctly, and I'm almost tempted to like Google pronunciation it. You know where you can listen to Google pronounce things and it tries to tell you the correct way to say it? I almost want to do that and see what it comes up with. Because is it Schiflera, Schiflora, Scheflora, Schifufler, Flora? Like Schifufler? I'm sure it's silence and it's just Shellera or Schifl. Like, how is, because there's no U, and I keep saying it as if it's a U, so it's Schiflera? Schifla. Yeah, I'm never gonna get it right. It's okay. Everyone pray for me and my inability to pronunciate. Pronounce. Not pronunciate, pronounce. I can English. Oh my god, look at that. That's like the spaceship. So I think, like, because I know that there's spaceship furniture and like Astro furniture, so this is like the Astro chair, and that's like the Space Command chair. That's the cool chair. This one looks familiar, but I can't place it. That's the bathroom seat thing. That's like a counter chair, so we may be able to finally have proper like seat counters.
Why not visit?
This makes me so excited to see all the furniture that's being shown. Oh my god, look at that! That's like gold, like a golden cabinet. I'm gonna spend so much time trying to collect it all. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be got 'em, catch 'em all, but like Animal Crossing Furniture Edition. Oh my god, what day does Pokemon Diamond come out again? I think it's like near the end of November. Because the thing is, I want to make sure that I'm able to like still play Pokemon Diamond. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl when they come out. And so this is coming out right nearby. I'm doomed. I'm gonna be playing this all the way up until then. This is so cute, though. This is adorable. But yeah, these chandelier things, new, of course. This is new. That's a new flower. That's a new, like, cup thingy. And that's, that might just be a customized, like, floor thing, but that's totally new couch. So I remember listening to someone complain about the couches in this game, because there were almost more types of toilet than couch. There were actually more types of toilet at the time than couch. There was like 9 or 10 types of toilet, and there was only like 6 couches. And so this kind of is like helping defeat that problem because we needed more couches, and this is really cute.
With your recommendation, 2 clients can share a vacation.
So essentially what it's telling me is we can ship villagers together. I wonder if we can give I almost want to make CJ and Flick live in the same house, but I think they have to have similar, like, vibes and, like, housing requirements to live together, and I honestly feel like Spike and Flick would never agree. But look at these cute weed things, and look at that, like, back ladder right there. Look, I want those so much.
Piece of paradise.
Yeah, these are a bunch of items that were previous in the game. Some of them are new, I think. But look at how many there are. It's so cute. I didn't know you could customize these. The record boxes. I might have to see if I can customize them, because I didn't realize you could. Oh, this is so cool. All the new furniture, like the couch, the hanging thing, this, like, partition-y thing with that, like, table. The like... These, like, photographs and these this is so much cool new furniture. This is really opening up my, like, decoration ideas. Because the thing is, I was, like, I love decorating this game, but my ideas were kind of starting to get a little stale to me, because I was using a lot of the same wallpapers, because I was making my island very forested, right? I wanted a very forested island, and I wanted every house to feel like it was partially in the forest. I still plan on using that partially, with the ones that are still in the forest. Or that are, like, enchanted, but the other ones I want to make them a little more normal housing. A little more normal, and the fact that there's all these extra new furniture items just means that now I can diversify a lot, like, what I kind of want to do. Plus, the bright side of the Happy Home Planner is you can try out different design ideas that you wouldn't normally make for your island and your houses. Because I wouldn't normally have, like, a house full of plush bears, or, like, a really, like, cool themed, like, home, but you can, like, test your design skills with this kind of thing, and that's part of the advantage. It's part of the joy that these kind of, this kind of brings, you know? I know I'm drinking a lot of soda, and enjoy the ASMR pouring, if you can hear it.
The island on which Lottie's
so cute.
Office is located has a lot.
Look at that, like, arch thing back there with the ruins.
Of vacant buildings.
Mm-hmm.
You can help Lottie design these as well to make the island even more robust.
This looks so fun.
Design one by
Man, if only we could change the exterior of Town Hall.
The school of your dreams instead.
Imagine if we could unlock the exterior of Town Hall and change what it looked like.
Such as a restaurant.
Okay, this restaurant looks adorable. So there's, like, school books, tablet, a lot of new, like, a couple of new items here and there. It's cute. Look at the little poofs. Look at the poofs. There's that ivy thing again. The, like, coat thing. Like, this is all adorable. Look at the pudding. And, like, the more ornamental stuff. I totally want Draco or one of the Japanese, like, oriental themed house peoples on my island, and just to change their whole house to being oriental. This essentially means that not only if you don't like the interior of someone's house, but you like the way they look, you can just be like, screw it, take them anyways, and then, like, update their interior, like, remodel the interior of their house.
Such as a restaurant can also be developed.
It's so cute. It's so cute. Alright, I want to see the other furniture. Okay, so there's, like, this big soup thing, pudding, drink.
Such as a restaurant can also.
I remember this fish item. I loved this fish item. This fish item was so cool. There's, like, a bento. I think this is, like, I don't know what that one is. There's, like, the measuring equipment, a big wok. My kitchens are gonna get so much better now. And look, they have a new stovetop thing. And, like, a new, like drawer container. This is bringing me greater joy. This is definitely bringing me greater joy. I'm so excited for this. I can't even express how much this makes me happy. She is so cute. Look at her. Good old Sherb. Oh man. This house is so cute. I can't get over this house. This room makes me think of like Slytherin. Like if this was a Slytherin common room or like a really nice office. So I remember seeing when there's these two YouTubers and they went in and they like decorated this one person called Joey Graceffa their like office, and they wanted kind of like fantasy like you know, kind of like fantasy themed room, and they made it look very similar to this. And I just love it. So the reason I have so many wall items in my thing is because I wanted there to feel like depth to the room, because there was no ceiling items. So now in my houses, I can actually get rid of some of the wall items that I don't need, like necessarily need, for the ceiling items. It's so cool. There's a partition there. Look how cute Marina is. This looks almost exactly like her main house. But look at the cute little ceiling thing. Oh my god, I just saw it. Okay. We're almost there. It's almost... Look at that. Look at the little music player. The Pearl music player. Oh my god. And there's like the cute little... Oh, those are so cute. I'm still convinced that this and this are part of the Rococo set. So this is the Amazing Machine, just in gray. So I'm convinced we're gonna get more machinery. So yeah, this is kind of like the control seat, like a gamer seat, that like Dom and his brother had. And look at those gears in the background. And the tins. We're getting essentially a lot of more items. All these kind of furniture sets that a lot of people were complaining about. Like, I know personally, I complained so heavily about it because I was like, these items are missing. Is that a Tory gate? Hold up a minute. Is that a Tory gate? So I actually, one of the reasons I have on my island, I have all these like stone gates one after each other, is to try and imitate a Tory gate. Like the like, that like pathway of them. And so if that might be the like, one of the like arches, maybe like a new arch we're getting, that would be so cool. Oh my, wait a minute. Something I just spotted. Do you see this big new tree? This big plant here in the corner? Look at that. Is that... Oh my god. Sheena's house and like garden area is so cute. And Sheena is adorable. Yeah, so they've got the drinks in different ones because that looks almost like a lemon dish. And look at the little gotcha. The little gotcha thing that you used to have. Oh my god, I loved those little machines. They were adorable. And that massive elephant. I still wonder if this is the inflatable, like thing that you can put. Like the inflatable, like, plaza toy. Oh my god, we can finally give Bob snacks. Like, Bob Weber and a lot of the lazies typically complain a lot about the fact that they can't get snacks. They're like, where's my snacks? Where's my snacks? I'm so hungry. I don't want snacks. Well, we now can give him snacks and bubble blowers. The bubble blowers. Okay, so my main problem with the confetti machines for, like, putting in any kind of under the sea area is I would rather bubbles, like, simulate, like, being underwater. And so now I think we can do that with these like bubble blower things. And look at the cute little bunny. I'm gonna spend forever trying to collect all these items. It's gonna take me forever.
Use the Animal Crossing series amiibo figures and amiibo cards to invite clients on your team and discuss their ideal vacation homes. You can design.
Okay, Isabel's is so cute. You can't tell me. Look at the little peach one. She's such a peach. But this is adorable. See, that I think is what the volleyball net is. Because I always wondered why we had these, like, high chair thing. Except for, like, maybe the beach of, like, you're watching them swim. But now we have, like, the little sign and, like, a volleyball net. So cute. Isabel's house is so cute. But this shows me that you can customize this ironwood thing as well. And these, like, racks. So they can, I think they're customizable. And there's the Rococo looking thing again. Ranch. That's the cupboard thing. I think that's a new bed. That might be the ranch bed. And this partition thing I think comes with like a little table-y thing. So you can have it as like a little desk.
The vacation
This is all okay. Timmy and Tommy, everyone's like, there's two groups of people. There's the ones that are like, they're trash pandas, and then there's the people who are like, oh my god, I'm in the like, oh my god camp, because they're adorable. Even though they're like trash pandas half the time, I love them. And look at all the construction equipment. I love this house for them and like how it's been decorated. The person who did this, like, well done. Like, they have my claps because this looks amazing.
you design for them will hopefully make them very happy.
I love this interior. I do. Something about it brings me happiness. Especially the like gemstone like mine cart here and this cave. This cave is amazing because the thing is, a lot of people have been trying to simulate a cave in different areas with like signs. With this, we can have an actual cave. Like an actual cave we can place. Which would be amazing. I mean, it won't help if you want scary eyes coming out. You still have to use boards and like the stone arch. But this is still pretty cool. And the like plates back there and like the little jar. This like jar shelf thing over here is pretty cool. I'm kind of curious if that comes from like making one for Blathers, because he seems like he'd want one filled with bugs. Like Flick.
Design techniques acquired.
But yeah, I wonder that because you can like learn techniques in your own home, right? You can do partitions like the columns and these. And the lighting and sound. I have to wonder if it means you can also change the room size. Probably not. Probably not. But I I'm kind of curious if you can. I also noticed this like board up here with like food on it, which is cool. And like the extra food. But like I have to wonder if like maybe it means that like we can now like change the room sizes on our own.
Walls, counters, pillars.
It probably doesn't mean that, but I have hopes. You'd think they'd have said it in here, because it would have been something really exciting. So we probably can't.
They may become interested.
I'm gonna make all of my villagers have homes. Now, my real concern is because you're picking an island in the archipelagos, I wonder if there's only a set number of houses you can build before you have to destroy the houses you have to build new ones, or if it means like that's just the set kind of style, and so the way you revisit the home is through the like the little app thing that they were talking about.
Turning every character's dream into a reality.
Because they like briefly before talked about like how you could have like a little like the application would appear on your phone, like the Nook phone, and you use that to travel to the islands. Like I'm kind of curious if that's like how you do it. And so it doesn't matter if you redo the same one. Yeah, so here's the little patchwork set of furniture. Oh, look at the little plush toys. Bunnies, bears, and I think that's a unicorn. Yeah, there's a unicorn plush toy. That's adorable.
And creative design. That's the word.
This is really going to help out some of the people with kidcore stuff. Okay. This one here is officially my favorite exterior that we've seen for like the new ones, because look at how magical it is. Like, it's got this cute little new lantern, like these stools, the columns, this like figure thing. This would be so perfect for an area on my island. I so want to make an area like this. And what is these like magical glowing rocks? I really want to recreate kind of this kind of thing on my island is like a magical little forest area with an enchanted house. Yeah, I really want to do it. My island's doomed.
There's a spot open for you to join the
Look at the pastries shelf. Like the pastries. These are some adorable furniture items. They've got like such adorable added furniture items. I hope that all the items they've shown for the DLC you can take to your island and have on your island. Because it would really make everything so cute. So yeah, I'm definitely getting the DLC. Because it's such good value. I can't speak how good, like, it's super, super good value. I'm not even joking. It's intensely good value. So it's 100% ending up like I'm 100% getting it. It's not a like what if, it's happening. You know? It's a 100% it's happening. Oh, alright. So now I'm gonna change the because we've now talked about the game, like the direct freight. I'm gonna keep talking about it, but I'm also going to do some decorating. So, decorating in acnh and dailies. Update prep. Fifth. It would help if I could spell. It would honestly help if I could spell. Okay, so I think that's updated my title. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's updated my like title. Now let's see. Can you hear the Elgato? Alrighty, so I'm pretty sure you can hear the Elgato over that. I'm gonna make myself a little quieter, because I think I was just a bit loud. But, you know, didn't want to strain my voice, but I also got, like, excited and impassioned. Okay, so it's a new day. I've decided that if this day doesn't have the weather I want, I know of a day in the past that has the best weather condition for what I want, and so I think that I'll like return to that. Look at all the mail I have. Ain't it grand? I've got to take all that to my second island. After I have my like main villagers like catalog it. I just haven't bothered with it yet. Oh yeah, that's right. So there's only 2 villagers I'm really speaking to anymore on my main account. Because they're the only 2 that I actually like need to gift regularly to try and finish, because I'm trying to get everyone's like photograph, right? Like everyone, I'm just trying to like achieve getting their photograph. But there's only 2 at the moment on my island that I need to do that with. Boop. So let's see, we're gonna make them gifts. So I'm only gifting Sheldon and Kurt at the moment because they're the only 2 I don't have their photos for that are on my island. Put away. Do. You can see I have a hoarding problem. It's not a small hoarding problem, it's a greater hoarding problem. I like to think. Do you think it's maybe a smaller hoarding problem? Because I want to think that of myself as like not having a problem with like not being able to throw stuff out. But you never know. It's good to have a second opinion. But I've learned every single DIY in the game on my main account. Like, I think that's a bit loud. The Elgato. Turn down, Elgato. Chill out. Alright. So I've learned like every single DIY. So I'm just kind of like, like in that consideration. I think I'm just gonna turn this audio back on. Turn this down a little bit. Turn that up. Okay, so I made those 2. Wrap. Put away. with my storage, I've only filled up 2,390 of 240, 2,400. You know, I've got like 10 spaces left. I'm doing fine. Oh, I like that I've almost filled the storage up. I just have so many materials and I don't want to like get rid of them. You know where you're like, what if I need this material? What if it's like necessary? You're like, what if I like have to have it? So you can see I'm like storing stuff up here at the moment. I gotta take it to my second island. It's not stuff that needs to be cataloged. It's just stuff I need to like take over. So I'm gonna do that off stream because it's boring. No one needs to see my second island. It's filled with like nonsense. My second island is essentially filled with just like trash at the moment. It's not sorted very well. I haven't decided if I'm gonna have all of the villagers on that account, like on that island, catalog everything that I may took over or not. But I might. So it'll take a minute. So I'm kind of avoiding it. I'm probably gonna do it on like a day off after, or like a day after my uni stuff's finished. It's not gonna be for a little while that I bother with that. Look, Buck's home. Alright, so I'm gonna show you Buck's interior because his house makes me sad inside. Look at how cute it is outside. It's a cute little farmstead, right? I'm actually thinking of putting him and George's houses next to each other for like a farm. Look at this. Look at this sadness. Look at how sad this interior is. I can't believe how, like, tragic this thing is. Like, I gave him a second bed, right? To replace this bed. And now he just has 2 beds. So he has a second bed for a sleepover. And the only fish he has, by the way, the fish he has here, they're a bass. And, like, that like other very common fish that everyone kept catching. And this I gave him this protein shake. And I gave him this on his birthday. So these were the 2 like only things I gave him. Oh, and this table. I gave him this table. And he changed over his cupboard. So he originally had a plain cupboard, and I gave him this cupboard. And now his house, oh, and this wall decoration. I gave him all most of the stuff in his house. And it just makes me so sad inside. Like, why is his house so sad? Like, he's a starter villager, and I get it, but I'm glad that we can do the remodeling thing. His house is going to be the first one I do. I'm essentially going to be like, rip off the band-aid, bam, your house is getting renovated, accepted. Wonder what's for sale today. It's probably just like spring shirts. I've essentially been in summer forever, so I've seen like all the summer clothing now. Let's see. Pacifier. Let's see, what is it going to be today? What is it today? Yeah, okay, so it's this ugly shirt. The bowling shirt has been in my store forever now. Frilly sweatpants. I hate the frilly sweatpants. I don't like the look of them. These print shirts are okay. Okay, so they've got the dot. I actually don't hate the dot dresses. The dots are really like, they're kind of cute. And these ones aren't that bad. The suit of lights. I already have the rest of it. Yep, no. I've cataloged everything, so I'm like, I don't need to buy the clothes. Carter sure already has them cataloged. I'm not in this, like, greater hurry. And my storage is basically full, and I'm pretty sure I already have that dot dress. I'm gonna double check, but I'm almost entirely positive that I already have the dot dress. Okay. Let's call the simple dot dress. Let's see, simple dot dress. Where are you now? No, so you're not in my pockets. Do I want the simple dot dress is the greater question. kind of want the simple dot dress. Like, I know I could buy it in the mail, but I'm very, like, particular about what I buy in the mail, because I'm trying to, like, fully get all the things cataloged. So there's some things that I can only buy on my main account, because they're the only person who has it cataloged. So, do I want the black one or the yellow one? I think I want the black one. Don't need any of that. Nope. Don't want to get spiked. No. Have. Cool. We're just getting this dress, and I'm gonna wear it out. Because why not? We're fancy like that. Yay! I had enough space in my at home that it could be mailed. My phones like to remind me occasionally, which is what that ding was, that I haven't done like... So there's this thing called Duolingo. Most people have like heard of the site at least. And it's just like, yeah. It reminds me every day, hey, you haven't done Duolingo. Hey, you need to do your Duolingo. Hey, you know it only takes 2 minutes to do your Duolingo? Or like 10 minutes? And I'm like, yeah, I do know it only takes 10 minutes to do Duolingo, which is why when there's this many hours in the day, I don't feel this greater need to do the Duolingo. Wait for it. Hey Muffin, are you here to hang out with me? No, but I could be. Is Kurt home? Kurt's home! Hey Solil, what you doing? I swear to God, if she's crafting, I might just leave. Don't be crafting, don't be crafting. Oh, she's just working out. Hey Solil, salutations! I made that her, like, saying, like, greeting. Because she seems like the kind of person to say salutations, just casually. I just love playing host, so I'm glad you dropped by, if you say so. I made her end thing being like, if you say so. Be like, it's a great day, if you say so. My dear, I need your honest opinion on something, and do be honest. When it comes to selecting a home, what is the most important thing to consider? Okay. Cost, the neighbors, and the one you can't see is size. I'm going with the neighbors. Yes, I see. And I couldn't agree more if you say so. Having the right neighbors is so very important, isn't it, my dear? My pearls, I know. Of course, if you don't have the right neighbors, having the right fence will do. I suppose that is one way to get rid of your neighbors. In case you're wondering, I have garden. These gnomes hidden all over mine. The one in her house, I didn't give it to her. One of my neighbors gave her that. Like, one of the villagers gave her that gnome. I have no idea where they got the gnome from. You know, like how they'll randomly give an item and you're like, I've never seen you wear this ever. It hasn't been in the shops. Why do you have a gnome? Like, why do you have this item? And they, like, gifted her a gnome, and I was like, cool, well, there's a gnome in her house now. But I don't hide gnomes inside the house on purpose. I never thought I'd see the day a refrigerator could be friendly. We've come a long way from root cellars. What? Do you want this? Come on, give me the photo. Give me your photo, Kurt. Give me your photo. Can't wait to see what's inside. And it's an iron wall lamp. Oh, you won. Been looking for something like this for a while. Next time I spiff up my place, this will come in handy. Ain't nothing free in this world, so have a caveman tank. I just want your photo, Kurt. Is it too much to ask for your photo, Kurt? I mean, sure, it'll eventually end up in Emma's basement, but like, it'd be helpful if you could give it to me now. The worst people to find, I've found, like when I'm trying to search for someone, is the squirrels. Because they're almost the same height as the flowers, and I have these like cliffs. And so they'll like randomly sit down behind a cliff or something, and I'm like, why are you sitting down here? Or if they sit behind a tree, there was this one period right near the beginning, and I only had a couple of trees that I planted myself right near town hall, and they would sit behind the trees. Why are all 4 of you here today? And they would sit like right behind the tree, and I wouldn't be able to find them for ever. Like, I searched for these like villagers for like hours. It was a good 6 hours I was playing this game for that day, and I was just searching for them. Nope. Couldn't find them. They were nowhere to be seen. Now, I removed the object signs I used to have over here, because I used to have object, like over here, because that's where I'm putting all the gold items as I was getting them. But I was like, you know what? I'll put the like first 3 flower types I got instead with the gold items, and because I'm not going to get the gold items before I flatten. And I don't want to put them up there when I haven't earned them. Like, I have the recipes for them, but I haven't, like, earned it, you know? You gotta have it in exactly the right spot. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the displaying of the cows! I'm very excited. I'd almost want to... I like the other reason I'm really excited about the like designer thing is because a lot of them seem to love like the cutesy kidcore stuff, and I never want to do my island kidcore-y. Like, it's cute and I like the like decorations and the furniture and the color schemes, but I don't want to do my island like that. And so I like when you're able to like do that kind of decorating. For themes you would just like never do. I would never, some of them I would never put as my theme for my island. It's just not something I really want to, like, decorate as. We're finding the Sheldon. Sheldon! Where are you, Sheldon? Sheldon is the other one we have to find. If anyone sees a tiny brown squirrel, yell out Sheldon. Sheldon is an adorable little brown squirrel, but one has to wonder how he's able to so easily just, like, disappear. I suppose it's because he is a tiny brown squirrel. Sheldon. It's so weird when I think of his name, Sheldon. He doesn't really look like a Sheldon. Curiosity, what are today's hot items? Ukulele and decoy duck. Of course. I remember early on I gained my fortune through getting so many materials and then just using them to craft the hot items. Okay, so it's got the ancient bureau, this like exercise bike, and the wall fan. I'm probably gonna buy those. And what's the wallpapers today? So I get the print shovel. Oh, there's the print shovel. Alright, I'm gonna get a second print shovel because I gotta replace the one I used. Let's see. Flowers today are cosmos, hyacinths, and lilies. Still. So I have to wonder, because you saw when we were going through and they were showing the ladder thing at the bottom, there was one that was like recipes, and I have to wonder if that's all the recipes or just like a couple of beginner recipes. I'm still genuinely curious about that. We're not gonna find out until closer to, because no one is gonna probably get their hands on it. Some hackers might once the pre-orders are put out and people are able to like pre-download stuff, because I know that normally with pre-orders you can pre-download some things. See, this is what I mean. I have this area with like food stuff, but I don't have enough food things, so I have like random like food-ish things, you know, like teapots and like this fruit basket. I use a lot of the same food items because there's only a couple of food items. There's like mooncakes, dango. I made sure that this area only had fish in it that were edible. So every single sea creature here is technically edible. You can technically cook it. It is technically part of a food that you can eat. Now, would I recommend eating all of them? No, because some of them sound gross to eat, but it is technically possible. I was told by Google and the internet. So if you can't trust Google, who can you trust? Interestingly enough, I was watching a docu-series on like Google Earth. So there was these guys in like Germany And they actually like made a product that is very much what Google Earth came from. Like, I was watching it and they like, the way they made it was really cool. And their story was kind of like forgotten because they made it 10 years before Google Earth came out. But by the time Google Earth came out, these guys had like done almost nothing essentially with the product. They hadn't taken it forward. They hadn't fulfilled whatever other goal they wanted with it. And so as a result, people kind of like forgot about their invention, which it makes me a little sad because it was really cool. And there was a limited series they released on Netflix about it, about like the creation of it and like the backstory essentially behind the thing. I swear I put a bush there to stop you guys from getting up over there. I think it's Bob who just ran behind here. Yep, there's Bob. Hey Bob, hope you're having fun. Don't want to see you. So yeah, all these things are things that I've got to take to the other island. But yeah, this is my little entrance here. Sheldon's not down here. And yeah, so I made it so it was kind of like not visible fully. You know, and I kind of want to continue that feeling when I flatten the whole thing. I want to try and recreate it a little bit. Like remake it. Okay. Press, door plate, drop. Excellent. Because I have all these DIYs, so instead of like throwing them out or selling them, I used to give them away in batches because I had them all. I didn't really need to keep collecting them. But like then I got my second island and I was like, okay, instead of just going to a treasure island and getting every single DIY, I got a lot of them. I went out for the main villager on the island and got a lot of them, but I didn't get every single one. So that way, like, I still had some to find and learn. And in fact, the game actually stopped me taking every single one to this island. It made me they had disappeared from my pockets. So some of the DIYs I think are locked to a time of year. Like I don't know if they'll like let you pick them up and bring them to your island unless it's that time of year. I haven't tested that out though, but it feels like that might be something that it's doing. I suppose in a way to try and like stop people from hacking the seasons, maybe? So I'm glad I went and got those DIYs when I did. Because I haven't been to Thanksgiving yet. I mean, my main character would still have them because it was still fine on the treasure island. But it was once I got back to my island, and once I also went over to like their island, that the problem really seemed to appear. Buzz, don't you dare come near me. Don't you dare. Go away. Go. Shoo. 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 Go this way. Go away. Fine, I'll go deal with another rock. I'll come back. The thing that annoys me most about the rocks is when the villagers are like, sup, you want to have a quick chat? You want to come talk? I know you're hitting a rock, but let me walk up to you and stand really close to you so that way when you press A for like hitting the rock, it'll appear as though you want to talk to me. I swear if when I go back, he's sitting down in the space where the rock is, I might just take a fruit and break the rock. Screw it. Why bother with him today? I wouldn't do that. I mean, I'd be too annoyed if it appeared in one of the like 4 other locations on my island that are visible to like become like fossils. That's the other reason I have to like redo this island and flatten it, is because like I don't really have anywhere for some of the ground things to appear, and I want to make an area that isn't as like completely covered with tiles, like somewhere that this stuff can generally like appear and show up, because the like glowy spot doesn't appear on my island anymore at all. I only have like enough squares that I could have like the fossils show up and like maybe 2 extra fossils. So I usually know where stuff is buried, because it's in one of the same couple of places. Because I only have a couple of places that it can appear. Yeah, that one's already been on. Okay, Buzz, I hope you've gone on somewhere else. Can you not? No. Okay, we're going for it anyways, Buzz. If you get in the way here, I'm just gonna lock you in your house tomorrow. You know, I'm gonna put fencing in front of the front door, just like cube you in, and you're just gonna have to stay inside. Cool? You understood the threat, you stayed away. Leave it to Buzz to be extra special. And just be like, no, I'm not in fact going to come into this today. I'm going to stay as far away as possible. Oh. Gold, glorious gold. Whatever will I do with it? Okay, we're gonna put this shovel back there. And we're gonna put this golden shovel, this golden watering can here. Cool. You two both chill there. Spare tools. I love the little froggy pond I made. I'm very happy with how this turned out. I might even try and like recreate the pond in an area. I have so many ideas for islands, which is why I'm happy that I have two. So I can try out the different ideas on the two islands without like worrying about like running out of space. Boop. Okay. Such chipper music. It's so calm. I like when the music is just like chipper enough that you're just like, yeah, this is a bop, but it's not like so boppy that you're like, I feel like I need to be in a rave or a party scene right now. You know where you have those moments of just like, you're hoping that it's not like secretly music for a party because you're like, I don't feel like partying. I feel like napping. Now we just need to find Sheldon. Sheldon can be a little special because he's so tiny. The only area I know they aren't is this area down here because you can't get to it except by jumping, and they can't jump. Alright, kid, what is it that you want? I know you're having a thought bubble moment. What is it, buddy? Fine, you're not having a thought bubble moment. Bye, kid. Have fun. Where is that rapscallion Sheldon? I bet he's sitting behind a tree. That's the problem with having a ton of tiny villagers, is sometimes they're just hiding behind a tree. And you're like, I found you. You want to know my least favorite time for finding someone? I was trying to find someone for like 2 hours on stream, right? I was genuinely trying to find them. I was like wandering around. I was doing other stuff while looking for them. As soon as I saved the game, right? As soon as I saved it, on the title screen, you know where it shows a villager? He was there. He was on the title screen, just like mocking me of like, hey, I'm right near my house. You know the area you checked like 6 times? I was right here. I have no idea where he was hiding, but I'm still mad about it. Like, honestly, what was he thinking? Where was he hiding? Sheldon, take a present. Voila. Enjoy, Sheldon. So I gifted Kurt and Sheldon. So you might hear me like wandering about with my like keys. It's because I have a checklist of stuff that has to be done on this island, and thankfully because of like the fact I have a bunch of trees covered in fruit, the stuff to do is a little less time consuming. It takes a little bit less time. Because I like genuinely have to track it because I have just so many villagers. It's like, if you don't track it, you completely space on it, and you're like, oh, what was it that I was doing? I have no idea. What was it you were doing? Iron wall lamp. Come on, Sheldon, give me a photo. A ball? Fine. I see how it is. Let's see what kind of ball. I kind of want to know. Let's see. It's the volleyball. Is it a volleyball? I don't know. It's that other one. Not this. Drop. Drop. Ba 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 da ba da. Oh my god, he's sitting on the chair. Nobody move. Nobody breathe. Okay, we're getting close. Take a picture. I'm running out of the frame. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Sheldon, stay exactly where you are. No! Why, Sheldon? Why? Oh, they hate me. They hate me so much. Does anyone else? They're worse than cats. Okay, I've had several cats, and you'll try and take a picture of them, and you'll be like, stay there. I got this. And they'll be like, oh, you want to take a picture, mate? Let's just saunter up as close to the camera as possible so I can have a look at the camera, and so you can't take a photo of me. Tee hee hee. They're exactly like that, but they're worse. They're like, oh, you missed your shot? Try again later. And they're like, kapoof off. I've lost out on so many adorable, cute photos because the villagers are commififf. And we'll be like, tee hee hee. You wanted a photo? Well, I don't want to give you a photo. And they just like meander off into the ethos, being like, I swear there's some like where you save and it's just like them alone with in the game. They're just giggling at you behind the scenes going, haha, today I spoiled their plans. They wanted a photograph and I gave them nothing. Which color caveman tank is this? I mean, at least it matches my attire. I'll give him that. It color matched. Do I think I already have that color, honestly. Okay, yeah, there it is. Look at it. It is getting sold. No, wait a minute. Yeah, I'll add it to the list of to the pile of things I gotta take to the other island, so I'll just dump it down. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be a-okay. This whole area, I can't believe it took me like 10 hours to make this mine area. I think it's because I like planning. Like, I love planning things out a square at a time, being like, everything's going here, and this stuff is going here, and it's all gonna work out fine, and this stuff is gonna go over here. Boop. Okay. So I'm having to track exactly what kind of things I'm mailing to myself. Because I haven't been opening my mail. Because I'm like, I'm not opening the mail until I'm planning on taking all the things. Because I gotta have a clear space to dump all the stuff down on the island. So my other villagers can catalog it all. Because the last time I had to take it to the other island and I dropped it there. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, I've placed it here. And then I realized that I hadn't let the villagers on my main island catalog it all yet, so they had to travel over to the second island one at a time, which isn't a problem most of the time, and then catalog it. I was like, well, this is fun. I try and daily access this machine, but I accidentally moved a couple of days forward by accident, and then I casually just had to backtrack. So I'm trying to with my main character, just fill in the gaps with the things that need to be bought. So let's see. I got white, orange, brown, red, and pink. So the only one I need to buy is blue. And that's before pink. Okay, blue. It's kind of a hassle. I wish there was an easier way to do this, but there isn't. Alright. So I don't have red. Red. Yellow. Imagine doing this, like, cause I'm doing this now, cause when else am I gonna do it? Blue, pink, ivory, light blue, black. Okay, cool. So I've ordered all those. And 3 implant. So the next thing I have is ant farm and 3 implant. It's the white one. If only we could send more than 5 things a day. Because I can technically send 2 as well to, like, the other, like, island, right? Yeah, it's just white, brown, light blue, pink, black. Yeah. So I could technically do that, but then they can't catalog it, so I'm trying to, if there's anything I figure out that all the villagers on my main island have, then try and just send that. Okay, let's see. The automatic washer, white, pink. Okay. Alright. Blue, green, yellow, black. So there's one more of these. I'm always amazed sometimes with the variety of colors. Yeah. It's sad that some of the things after you made them, they're just not for sale. You know? It's just like, why can't you be for sale? Because, you know, I already have the DIY. I've already crafted you one for it, but I suppose it's a little bit more complicated, I guess, than that. Deposit 4,000. Because I only usually have about 80 to 90k on me at a time, because, like, then it's filling up your pockets, which you don't really need. So I have all the amiibo, and I'm slowly working my way through, like, you know, you have to have each of them come to your island twice before you can tap them onto your island. So I'm just working through them. Because this part is the easy part. It's the once they get to my island, getting the photographs from them part. Because it's random. Although I did have Soul Ale, she gave... So her birthday happened, and I gave, like, photos to her, like, stuff to her from all the villagers, and she mailed, and I got, like, 4 photos of Soul Ale from that. And I was like, Soul Ale, do you know how long I spent trying to get photographs of you? And of, like, trying to get your photo, and yeah, sure, I could cheat and get every single photo of every single villager from a treasure island. It would take forever, but I could technically do it. Technically. It is technically possible. But why would I want to do that? Is the kind of greater question, you know? Holy shit, I just realized something. Wait a second. Hi, god darn it. Okay, so fun story. I just got a notification on my, like, thing, and I was like, what is that notification? And it turns out I now have 200 followers. I'm really grateful for that. It's thanks to Kai, honestly. She's the reason I got to affiliate in the first place, because she, like, rated me, and then I was rated by, like, Toy Tester and someone else all on, like, the same day, and I reached affiliate, because my viewer count was usually, like, 1 or 2, like, you know, I just was, like, just under average viewers needed. And then they rated me, and it, like, kapowed me to oblivion, and I became affiliate. I'm like, oh, thanks, guys. And I applied. because I knew it would probably take a while for me to get there again on my own, which I was perfectly okay with. But yeah, I was super just like, oh. And so her raids helped me out with that. And I was like, oh. So, thanks, Kai. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you anyways. Okay. The greater plan. So, we've done that. We've done this. We need to go talk to Quilson. Now, you may think, oh, this is so boring. You just like doing dailies. Well, I have a list of dailies I do, and there's a reason I haven't, like, picked up pumpkins, picked the fruit. Because I'm trying to limit exactly how many dailies I have to do while I'm doing this. Because the other thing is, I want all the fruit on my DA, because otherwise it's just a lot of trees, which I don't have a problem with. I love trees, but I want them to have fruit on them to be the fruit trees. And if I shake any of the trees, and I find my perfect day, I then have to go forward to get the fruit on the fruit tree again, or live with that tree not having any fruit, and then just circle back around to it. But I'm honestly at this point thinking that I may have to travel back in time to one of the days I had rain, if I can figure out which day that was. I know I've got streams of a couple of, like, the past, like, number of days, and I can have a look and see which one had rain on it. That was the closest. And just go to that day, because that's always an option for me, you know? I'm leaving tomorrow forever, so I need this done quickly. Ridiculous. I don't remember. Biggest movie screen in the world, filled with all of the brightest stars. Really hoping to get my name up there one day. Even thinking about taking an acting class soon. You ever notice how taking a step away from your everyday life makes you appreciate that much more? And then you can't wait to get home, only to remember why you're desperate to get away. Fun stuff. You know what? Looking. Okay. I missed what he asked me for. I wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna have to exit and enter back in again, essentially. That's always what you gotta do in those moments of just like, hey, what you doing? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm just casually just, you know, exiting and entering. It's like, that's how you reset the conversation with Quilson. So what did he want? It's been a... Come on, man. What did he want? Wooden bucket. Okay. Yep, I'm working on it. Brilliant. Wooden bucket time. Hi-ya. Some of the stuff they ask for is so random, although I did appreciate what he asked for yesterday. Wilson was like, hey, I want a decoy duck. And I'm like, oh, you want a duck? I always find it bemusing when they, like, ask for something that involves the kind of species or whatever that they are. And they're just like, yeah, I want this thing. And you're like, you realize you are that thing, right? You register that? What I really want to do is redecorate Julian's house with that unicorn plush toy. And just give him 1 billion plush toys. I 100% want to do that. Just on a casual level. I just want to like mess with him and be like, oh hey, so you know what you're getting? You're getting plush toy central. Pietro's house always concerns me. There's a couple of villagers that like I know they used to have older, like their houses used to be different, and I want to remodel a couple of the houses because I think that they could be improved upon with some of the newer items that I've seen. So I'm glad that like that's an option because people have been begging to be able to remodel the homes. I'm sad that it seems to be trapped behind the DLC. So the people who don't buy the DLC can't do it. But I think for the most part, because of the price of the DLC, a lot of people who bought the game are willing to get the DLC. And I think it's mostly going to be just like people who either can't afford it, don't want to spend money on DLC for content when they think it should be part of a game, or, you know, like one of the other couple of reasons that people sometimes just don't buy DLC, like their kids or, You know, they're waiting for like a big holiday or something to get it. You know, whatever their reasoning is. Octopus. I like the fact that they've added another octopus villager. I still really badly want the Zelda items. I'm not even gonna lie. The thing is, a lot of people are focusing on the fact that it was like the last free major update. And they're like, oh, it's the last free update. And I'm like, I mean, it's the last free major update. But I think that they might update with like random specialty items or random events or random holidays. So they may do like random updates of other items or like other like things. Because the thing is, I know that a number of people must have noticed the fact that now that they've edited one side of the staircase, they could edit the other side as well. So I'm thinking that they could make a little area for Celeste just to the right. So it might be something that's in the works, you know, because she had a gift shop. And so it could be like she has her gift shop back where you can like decorate a couple of rooms, you know, on the island. And then like when she's not there, you know that she's like out, like outside, and it's a wishing star night and you can find her for DIYs. Like that's kind of my like thought of like something that they might do. It's not a done deal. It could be anything else up there. Maybe they're gonna make a little, like they'll expand the art exhibit or they'll make some other kind of like area. Who knows? But it's my personal like thought, maybe, that it might be just like, because you know, most museums will have a gift shop area and they'll have like an eatery attached nowadays. You know, somewhere that you can go. Because I recently went to the museum. I went and saw the European Masters. Red's here. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Red. Look who's here. Unknown viewer 0. Well, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Bear Cave. Hey! I'm glad you said hey. I was almost concerned, like, oh no, is this a bot? There. How's your day going? You having a good day? And do you play Animal Crossing? If so, who's your favorite villager? But if you don't want to chat, that's perfectly fine as well. You always get that. Yeah, I recently got banned by someone because they thought I was a bot. So I was like, I wasn't paying attention to my computer, and I had Twitch chat, like some of the like Twitch things I'd been watching in open tabs, but I hadn't closed them, a couple of them, and I didn't realize that the person had not only stopped streaming, but hadn't rated, because most of the time I pay attention, like if it's still showing as active, so it wasn't, and it was in another Google, like, browser that I just didn't realize I still had open. So I was in their chat, and they banned me. So I had to send a ban request, like letting them know, hey, I'm a human being. This is what the situation was. I'm sorry that, like, I don't know what else it could have been that I got banned for. And I had to, like, request to be unbanned. So it got approved. I don't blame them for banning me. They were a smaller stream, like smaller than me. They had, like 50 followers, I think. They were really nice. They were an Animal Crossing streamer, so I was watching them stuff. Oh, Rock Sucks, yeah. Rock Sucks. And so they have their name was the same as my, like first name. It was theirs in their stream thing, and so that's why I, like, clicked on them, because I was like, oh my god, cool, another one of me. And so I, like, but not, like, you know, so I was watching them, and I, like, completely forgot about it, had the tab open. They banned me for being still active in their chat, which I say is fair enough. Half the time, if you have people still in your chat when you're not live, they're probably a bot, because they just haven't, like, unhosted or unwatched or anything. So it was fair enough. I understand them banning me, and I'm glad that they approved my request. I refollowed them afterwards, so it was fine. One time he joined a stream and immediately got, yeah, there was another person who followed me and I think was who chatted a couple times in chat, or I didn't, but they followed me, and my bot automatically blocked them, like banned them, because of their name. They look like an active user, they were hosting there's hosting someone else when I like went and checked out their name. They had some followers, but I'm not sure like what that really meant. So I unbanned them. If I ever see them again, great. But like, they got banned, and I feel bad. They didn't put in an unban request, so they must not have noticed. But whatever, they got unbanned. I'll probably never see this human being again, and that's okay. But yeah, I can understand like someone like having that problem. I've seen a number of people recently have that issue who have names that like could be mistaken as bot names. I also saw someone who, you know, remember how there was all the Haas bots? There was people who had that in their names, like their usernames, before the bot or stuff. And they had to change their names on Twitch because they were getting banned in all these channels just for showing up and chatting. So it was just like, I felt really bad for those people. I think they had to change their like actual username from memory. Because they just kept getting banned. Alright, so we're gonna see if I can... I was recently at an exhibit with European Masters. It didn't have any of these at it. We're gonna see how good my ability to predict art. No, I want to have a closer look. I want to see which one of these might be fake. I'm pretty sure this is the fake one. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna buy all the fake ones, because I actually display the fake ones in my houses a lot of the time. Because most of the time you don't, like, get art, or if, like, someone's looking for a fake one, I like to hold on to it, and then, like, give it to them later on, or, like, I'll trade them for, like, 5,000. There's a couple of paintings that exist that are, like, there isn't a fake version of the painting. I don't know if this is the real one. This doesn't... It looks a little different to the one I remember. Like the painting of Vincent's that I remember. It's rain... Oh, is it raining for you? Like where you are? That's really cool. You know, I once had a ship show up, like one of these show up, and the entire painting and all the paintings were real. Oh, and Animal Crossing sound? Oh, no. I wish it was raining from my island in Animal Crossing. I'm trying to find a day where it's raining as the day I can save. Like, even if all these are fake, I'm still gonna just pick one and buy it, because I have 8 villagers, so I'm just gonna buy all the paintings for the achievement, and then hold on to the paintings. I'm not, like, concerned about it. Yes, I understand the discount. Stop with the talking, Red. You don't need to sell me on this stuff. I think this one's real. I do not know enough about art. I'm not what you call an art student. We're just gonna buy this one because I don't know which one's real or not. But I'm buying one of each of them, so I'm not really like too worried. Oh look, it's the basketball hoop and the wall clock. Oh. You like wearing raincoats in Animal Crossing when it rains, but you don't... when you don't even really need a raincoat. Yeah, we don't really need a raincoat in Animal Crossing. But, like, it's still fun. Like, it's fun to, like, dress up for the weather you're in. It's like, no matter what happens, like, you don't get cold breath, you don't start to get frostbite, you don't get drenched, you don't start sneezing if, like, dependent on the weather. Or you don't, like, overheat and pass out if you're wearing winter clothing in summer. I'd say the closest that you maybe come is, like, sometimes I think when it's cold, you'll, like, see little bits of breath, I think, in the winter months. Or at least I feel chillier when I'm in the winter months and I'm in summer clothing. Because I was in summer when everyone else was in winter, because I'm in Australia. And so as a result, all my attire, whenever I'd go over to people's islands, was summer. So I had to start dressing in winter clothes, because they'd be like, oh my god, I forgot it was summer there. How is it? And I'd be like, it's melting. Thank you for asking. Because summer here is ridiculously warm. No one really knows, like, you can probably assume summer in Australia is warm, right? It's not a fake assumption to make. It's hot. Every single year, farther north than me, there's always a point in the year where they release the first newspaper of the year where it's like, they managed to boil an egg on the road. And on my street, I'll be driving along it in the summer, and you'll see the heat rising from the concrete. And when the summer storm season comes around, it's melting hot. Like, the air is, like, crackling. It's hot to just, like, do anything at all. Everything is so warm. You're just like, is it possible to exist in this warm temperature? It is. It's just not comfy. I never recommend it. Alright, the last thing to do on this one is make the item for Quilson and find all the wasps. Because the thing is, I have to go and chop all, like, hit these trees for wood next with one of my other villagers. And I don't want to get hit with wasps. So I gotta find all 5 wasps and the 2 items. But yeah, it's so ridiculously hot. It's not even funny. I 100% am like, I would go north for the winter. Everyone's like, oh yeah, go south for the summer. No, I go north for the winter. I would do it. Like, not north in Australia, maybe. Like, north to the northern hemisphere. I knew people who would just avoid winter. Like, the summer here. Like, once the school holidays hit, they'd take, like, a holiday and just, like, go off away for a while. Because the thing is, it is worse. The worst months are, like, January and the end of December. So it'll continue usually until about February. It usually ends by sometime in February. I think one more day for this tree and I should be able to plant that. What about this tree? What about you? One more day for this tree. I forgot about these 2 trees and I accidentally time traveled several days in the future. And then I had to replant the trees. So I'm kind of glad this isn't the best weather day for me to save my dream address. Because then I'd have to, like, move back in time to this day just for the weather. I'd do it, because I'm kind of like, I don't know if I'd get another good weather day again, if the weather was good enough. But it is something that I'm probably going to have to, like, look up. When was the last day I had, like, rain on my island? Yeah, you really like Pico? Pico is pretty adorable. I don't actually have any cubs on my island at the moment. I really want a cub. Because the thing is, I have the bear cave, right? Like, that, I name this all the bear cave. You know, welcome to it. And I only recently got Kurt. So I have a bear currently on the island now. But it took me ages to have one because I was trying to avoid having, like, too many of the same, like, type. She just thought me, oh, so she just gave you the police reaction? Oh, nice. Yeah, I think most of my villagers have most of the reactions. The main reaction everyone is still missing is pride. Like, almost every single other villager that isn't me, like this main one I'm on, is missing the reaction for pride. Like, that's it. They're missing the pride reaction. They have all the others, except, like, the Halloween ones, which are, like, holiday specific. So apart from the holiday specific, like, reactions, they've got them all. This main villager has all of them. Because I wasn't really gifting the other villagers on my other accounts. On, like, my other... Because I have all these villagers. These 2 are the newest, so they're missing most of them. But these ones here are... Except this one. So all these 5, like, those ones, they're all just missing pleased. Which I know they'll eventually get. They'll eventually get the pleased reaction. It's just gonna, like, take a while. And I'm a smidge impatient about it. So I'm just like, is there a way I could get around it? Is there? And the thing is, I've just gotta, like, wait for Bob. Thanks for following, League with 29. Thanks for... Hope you're having a good day, and welcome to the Bear Cave. Thanks for the follow. Okay, round the ferry. I know there's a way through here. Oh wait, I gotta go down and then up. That's right. In case you haven't seen my like island, this is my like Totoro hollow. So this is where like I have all these kodame from like Mononoke. And like all these butterflies. So it's kind of just like my little... It's a pain in the butt to get in there, honestly, which is why most people never find it. It's kind of my like hidden area. You can only get in there like 3 ways, realistically. And the way I got in there... Thanks for the host. I'm always appreciative of like that, because you don't need to do anything to do it. It's the little button. Or like, I think you have to do like hash host. I don't know how it's done on mobile. I know they tried to tell me once, but I like completely forgot about it. So thank you so much for hosting me. So I made this hollow. It used to be the shopping district. I briefly had a shopping district on my island, with Abel's and Tom Nook's, and then I moved them. So I think on the new island I might try and bring the shopping district back. Maybe. So I'm only missing 1 wasp, essentially now. I'm missing 1. Enjoy the gnome alert? Like, the sound? I love the gnome one. It brings me joy. If I could figure out how to add a photo with it, I would. I haven't yet figured out how to like edit the sound alerts to like combine them with a photo inside OBS. Cause I actually drew a gnome. I like drawing, and so I've drawn gnome like emotes. Not very good ones, albeit. I had to edit them a while back because they needed some like line work because they were a little messy still. But yeah, it was like a thought of mine. All right, what was it that I picked up? Rugby, shaded floral lamp, umbrella locker. It had to be this thing. So these have probably got money in them. Money. As you can see, I've got a ton of things that I've got to take to the other island. It's kind of taken over. It'll get there. I will eventually get all of these things there, and it will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna BRB for a second because I gotta handle nature, and I think my mom's coming to bed, so I'm gonna wait for her to go to sleep. So it'll be like maybe 5 minutes. Alright.
Last thing.
Oh my god. I went on BRB to avoid that. Hi there. I'm back. Sorry. I went on BRB because my mom was going to bed and I wanted to try and like avoid having to constantly mute or be staring off to the side while I listened to her chat because she'd keep coming back and saying, last thing, one more thing, one last thing. So, sorry about that. But you know, the life of someone who lives with their parent. It's a humdinger. I don't know if any of you also live with your parents, so you'll probably understand the notion of like, no matter what you're doing, they'll stop by for a chat. And you just have to be like, cool, yeah, hey, sup, hello, hello there. Yeah, no, mine don't knock either. Not really. They basically just open the door. In fact, my doorknob on my bedroom door is totally screwed. It's like falling off. So it's like literally falling off at the moment. I duct taped it on there after my dad broke it the last time, but it's rebroken. It only took a year for him to like get duct tape to the like loosen enough that it would break again. So I'm like, well done, Dad. Well done. Congratulations to you. I say this, but I do love my parents. I'm just also like, sometimes you wish. I miss when I had this other thing in my area and it would like... Okay. No, come here. Balloon, would you slow down? I hate balloons. I hate them so much. This is the other reason I want to flatten my island. Because I'm just very over my balloons. Just like going in through like the most bullshit places. I hope you go in the water. Good. I'm not even shocked. I'm done. I hate the balloons. I'm dreading Easter. I want to have an area that like I want to put up some kind of thing again that like pushes all the balloons like away from my water areas, even if I have to hide the jail bars, because you can put them on like I think you can put them on a bottom level and they'll just go around them. I have to do another test with it again because I can't remember if it has to be on the top or bottom level. But I'll do it. I'll do the testing. I just want to change where they go. Oh man. Dude. Okay. So I got all the wasps. I think the only thing left to do is get quills on that bucket. And what do I need for the bucket? That's the bigger question. What exactly does a bucket take? So it's a wooden bucket. Iron and wood. Okay. To the house. So I know I've just covered the direct. And that thing where it's like you can get stuff from your storage out. I can't wait for that. Because it would make things so much easier. Because I constantly either have to leave stuff out for crafting, or I have to, like, you know, because you have to make a crafting area that's just like for crafting only. And you can't just like leave like maybe a crafting table in your storage to craft with and only take out when you need to craft. You have to make a designated crafting area like this. Like, look at this. This is my designated crafting zone. Because you have to have one. You have to have a crafting area just purely to like make this stuff. Bucket. Why does he need a bucket? He's got a bucket and a duck. So essentially I'm just imagining him like taking the decoy duck and just placing it in water in this bucket and being like, oh look at my ducky. I'm just imagining him like taking the ducky and watching it in this bucket when he gets back home. Yay, no more island trash. Exactly, because Isabel gets so mad. And to be fair, I still leave mushrooms around for like decor purposes. But other than that, like I don't want to have like random items just laying around on the ground anymore. Because it bugs me. It genuinely bugs me when I have to leave items out. Because I'm like, I have to leave you out for crafting. I have to leave you out for this or that. Because I don't want to just constantly have to go back to the house to pick stuff up. It's like this thing. I never go inside to sell to Timmy and Tommy. I don't even care about the 20% extra I lose. It's like 10 or 20% you lose by not going inside. I don't care. I'm fine with it. When they closed down for renovations and I couldn't sell to them through that, I was like, well, what do I do? I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't just sell through. It's like when you used to go to someone else's island and you have to go inside to sell to them. And you're just like, wow, this was so not exciting. I swear if Isabel sees one dropped item, she taunts me. Yes, or if they see items that's dropped in your house, they're like, you know, you can use your storage to store things. I'm like, really? I can store things in my storage? Say it ain't so. Say lies. Absolute and utter lies. Utter garbage is what they're saying. I wish you could like set these things to have a specific song. I wish you could set it so it's not just like rando songs. Because they're such cute little portable radios. Wobble! I had to put him around the island. He's the curse. I wanted my island to be a little cursed. So, you know, I made sure that he was just floating around the place. Everyone, like, the thing is, I still twitch a little when I think of Easter. It was so bad. I never felt that angry about something like that. Which one is this? Oh, it's the sea monster pirate one. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this with him. Take the pinballs. Crap. I know there's space for it. Right, it's your pinball machine. Have at it. Sure, just give you a toilet. Yeah, whenever they give me a toilet, or a shower, or like a bath towel, I'm just like, are you trying to tell me something? Or like, they'll give you something to wear and you put it on and they're just like, oh, that's not really great. You know, you could do better. And I'm like, but you gave me it and told me it was perfect for me. What are you talking about? Why did you give it to me then if you think it's ugly? You got something to say? Some wooden bucket. Done. I'm just tracking whenever I like do that stuff. Because I'm just like, I gotta make sure I keep track. Look at her cute bow and outfit. So I'm pretty sure this probably isn't the best weather day for me. I'm almost entirely convinced. There's like cloud, it's kind of cloudy, so it could rain later. It could. If it rains later, I might make this the day I come back to for weather. Otherwise, I know there's a day I saved pictures from this day, and I'll go back and see which day it is. Do it on my own time, travel back to it, save the dream address, come back, because that's kind of a dull activity to show people. I'll literally go dig up the fossils, do the rock, pick up the DIY, so they're not laying around the island. I remember seeing someone who, like, they perfected, it took them ages, but they finally got a DIY bottle to land exactly where they wanted it to. And it doesn't even show in dream addresses. Apparently, no matter what you do with the bottles, they just don't show up there. Poor Zucker, he doesn't know I have a fish market by my feet. I always feel bad thinking about, like, what if I put, like, dried octopus on that rack thing just outside one of the octopus houses? You know what I'm kind of hoping for? Takoyaki as a food. I don't know if that makes me a little evil, but, like, you know how we're getting food items in the upgrade? I kind of want takoyaki, which if you know Zucker is a takoyaki. He's just a fried octopus ball. I 100% just want that. I just want him to be a fried octopus ball. And just put takoyaki outside his house. Be like, he is one with the takoyaki. Oh, it brings me an evil kind of joy. Wait, what if we can make fish food? Yay, no more sea bass. Yeah, the thing is for instance, if we're able to make the food and we need a fish for it, getting a bunch of sea bass is no longer going to be our problem. Because we can just use sea bass in all of the food, kabam, food items. And we can finally just eat them. We'll just eat the bass. The bass will have learned their greater lesson. We will eat them and we will rejoice. Because then all the good fish we can sell or like use for something else. And we can just eat. Eat the bass. Oh, I'm an evil human being. I've accepted it. I've accepted my greater place as an evil human being. Oh no. I'm probably doomed to hell. It's fine. It's fine. I've made. I'm sure it'll be warm. I mean, I've lived in Australia. What is in the mail? Peanut. Okay. My special DJC. That's what they call me. Some of them call me Vitamin D, like this, or Vitamin C, this character, but DJC. I've kept every note I've gotten from a friend. I totally have to rent an off-island storage unit to hold these notes. But they're from friends, so it's worth the cost. Note library. What are you doing, Peanut? What are you doing? And dace and carps. Yeah, exactly. It'll finally give a purpose to those animals. Because they're not really worth a lot of bells. No, I don't really want to gift them to villagers. Because they'll just display them in their house. They don't have a greater purpose. Once you've gotten one and you've given it to Blathers, you're just like, cool, moving on. Hey Peanut, how you doing? Super jelly right now. Heard everyone calling you Dimples. No, she's not going to pick up calling me that. Do I want to let her call me Dimples? Do I want her to let me call me Dimples? Do I want to let her call me Dimples? You know what? Fine, I'll do it. I'll let her call me Dimples. It's okay. There are worse nicknames. I'm waiting for the day where I can suggest a nickname. I'm waiting for this day. Wait, I can give Zucker or children because I can. Exactly, you can give Zucker octopus, like octopi, and he can just fill his house with them. And you'd be like, who needs more octopus in the game when I can just gift all the octopuses, like octopi, and like their house will be octopi kingdoms. I'm excited for the day we can redo their island because not only do I want takoyaki in the game, I want to be able to remodel Zucker's interior and fill it with takoyaki. I want all the takoyaki. Is fishing one of the activities today? No, it is not. I'm trying to get as many of these Nook Mile things done whenever I have the day. Like, I'm not going out of my way to do it, but I want to, like, get the easy ones. You know, like catching bugs, catching fish, picking up three sea creatures. Because then, when Captain and his boat appear, I'll have all these extra Nook Mile points that I can just use for going on adventures. I just thought something dark about Zucker. Oh, you gotta tell me. I gotta know. What are these dark Zucker thoughts? Why are you all picking up if you say so? Sheldon, please, don't tell me you picked up the thing I gave to Solil. Can't beat a cold protein shake after a hard workout. I live for that first sip. Why did you all pick up if you say so? Why couldn't you have picked up what's-his-faces? Oh, hey, Bob. See, Bob is the only lazy on my island. I need to switch out one of these little villagers for a lazy. I just need to. Because I need them to get high friendship with the lazy. So they can all get the reaction of the lazies. That's literally what I need from him. I need the lazy. I need the only emote they're all missing is pride. And it's a lazy one. And I keep getting rid of the lazies before they can get high enough friendship. So I'm just like, I'm gonna get another lazy. Because normally you have like 2 of at least one personality type. I currently have 2 crankies. And as much as I love Buzz, I don't really need him on my island anymore. Oh, and I also have 2 athletes, but I'm never getting rid of Buck. Buck is staying forever. So once Sheldon's photo, I've achieved it. He's gone. Sheldon's cute and all. Well, I'll probably keep Sheldon for a little while because I like his house. So I'm not in a hurry to get rid of Sheldon. But I wouldn't be sad once I got his photo if I got rid of Sheldon. And so Kurt and Sheldon can't leave until I get their photos. Essentially, if I tell Zucker I'll be babysitting... What if I tell Zucker I'll be babysitting Zucker children and cook them while he's gone, and how Zucker's kinda dumb, I can give him cooked children... You could technically do that. You could technically be like, I'm babysitting your children after giving him octopi. Then you can have them and you can make takoyaki balls. And because he's a takoyaki octopus, he might not even notice. He might just think they're maturing into what he is. Takoyaki. It is a dark thought. I will give you that. It is a very dark thought. You happen to be a zone where dark thoughts are appreciated. Okay. We're gonna read the letter. To whoever found this, merci. Last night, I couldn't sleep a wink, as I just laid there, staring at the moon. Bam, this recipe hit me. As they say, sharing is caring, so here you go. Go ahead and give it a try. The king of craft. Beardo. Golden candlestick. Brilliant. Oh man, some of these DIYs are just special. Because I'm giving them all over to the second island, so... You know, I don't mind getting smacked, because I have to get duplicates of, like... of the same ones. Let's see, so say hi to Bob. I'll get rid of that activity for the day. Why am I catching fish? I don't technically need to catch fish. It's not the achievement I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do the bugs one. I don't know. We're catching some fish. I do have to get 5,000 for that other one, so kind of works. Thanks for the follow, Femke Queen of all color. Welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. Do you play Animal Crossing, or do you just like watching Animal Crossing? And if so, do you have a favorite villager? Like, either way? My favorite villager is Buck, which is why he has the best house. So all the others live in the forest, right? There's a bug. Found one. Bug. Caught it. So here is Buck's house. I gave him a nice little yard, and it's so cute. I'm very proud of it. I've debated making this whole area like filled with just these yellow things, the yellow hyacinth weeds, but I'm waiting for fall because like I love the fall look of the weeds. It looks so good in fall. Bugs, where are you, bugs? Buggity bugs. Come here, buggies. You know, this time of year I seem to get a lot of dragonflies. You know? Yes, you're playing Animal Crossing and your favorite villager is Tia. Oh, nice. Tia's a sweetheart. Tia's so cute. Haha. Balloon. Place. I swear I placed these things here just to stop people climbing down. You have a storybook themed island? Oh, nice. With storybook, do you mean like is it after a certain like tale, or is it just like fairy tale themed, or did you like make a story for your island? Because I know a lot of people have enjoyed making like lore for their island. I know I did. Most of the lore is based around like the basement of Emma's house. I'll show you Emma's house. It's not horrifying, it's just like, it's concerning. Her basement is concerning. So this is Emma's house. It's the enchanted house. Can't really hear it at the moment, but I have KK Dirge playing here. This is her basement. I will in fact change it when the new items come out, because there's a couple of really good items that I saw that I really want to put in this basement. So yeah, this is her basement. It's got surveillance cameras, it's got help, got some blood, got sit sprites, but I'm going to change that area up there to have like a proper like kitchen unit, because there was that stone cookware one from the direct. That would work so well right there. My heart. Dang, your basement is disturbing too? Yeah, I love a disturbing basement. I've been meaning to go and do like a tours of scary houses, like haunted, like our scary islands. I just haven't as of yet. Mostly because I'm a chicken. I'm a massive chicken. I've accepted it. I've come to a greater peace with it, and I saw a couple of islands that had like it. You know, like you from It, like the clown from It, as like a design on their island, and that one freaks me out entirely. I don't enjoy that movie. I don't like references to the movie. I don't want anything to do with the movie. I'm good, really. Yeah. What is your island like? I know that I'm planning at some point, I think, to do a Dream Address one. So if you want, like a Dream Address tours leading up to the update, so you're always welcome to, like, give me your DA and I can check it out then. Or you can redeem the points for it if you're high enough. I don't think you will be. It takes a couple of hours of watching me, I think, to get the points. I'm just copying that onto a post-it note. Let's see, post-it. Okay. lowercase story book themed, and I'm gonna put your name Femka Queen of all color. So I've recorded your DA down, so when I do my next like DA tours thing, I'll make sure to tour yours first, and then I might do some like haunted ones. It probably won't be until maybe sometime next week, because it's Sunday. When I say next week, I mean like during this like coming week, because I might do a DA tours day. Your basement has chopped off hands and eyes and blood. You know, yours might be a little too intense. Yeah. I mean, you can always give it to me, like, your DA if you want to. I can check it out and just, like, make sure they can't see the screen when I go into your basement and decide if it's too graphic. I might just, like, be like, oh, hey, yeah, this is cool, in my just chatting screen while I have a look at it. Because it very well might be a little too disturbing. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no worries. I'll send you, I'll whisper to you, when I'm going, when I go check out your island. So if you happen to be around, you can stop by. But if not, you know, it's all good. I meant to go to the museum. I knew there was a reason I was going up there. Every time. I'm always like, I yammer on, I natter on about stuff. I'm like, tee-hee, la-di-da, waha, waffle waffle, and then just like, kabam. What were you doing? Oh, I meant to be doing this other thing. Haha, success. Joke's on me. Oh, man. Now, my plans for this week as far as streaming are Animal Crossing preparation stuff, more Eastward, because I've been meaning to finish that game. Or, like, keep going with the game, because I'm at paused at a certain point. I'm like, you need to go back into it. It was so good. It needs to be completed. Maybe some art, but probably not. And more Animal Crossing. It's gonna be an Animal Crossing and Eastward kind of a week. But at least your mermaid living room can solve the heart. Yeah, it's always good to, like, kind of calm people down. I didn't show you in Emma's house, but the other rooms in the house, apart from the basement and the main room, they're all pretty, like, tame. Like, essentially the lore is people end up lost. Like, they're in the woods and they're trying to leave. They get lost, they end up in the house. Then they end up stopping for a meal and a sleep and some tea and relax in the garden, and they never leave. So that's essentially what it is. There's no greater mystery to it. Fossils. So yeah, I've got lore around it and how, like, Sherlock and Watson showed up on the island after villagers kept going missing. You know, stuff like that. So yeah, that was like the greater plan with that house. And I'm pretty happy with how it's like gone and turned out. I don't know. I don't know if that makes me sound a little silly. You know, Blathers, someday he's just gonna offer me money for these, I can tell. Your island is city core and the city is kinda crazy. Certain items and stuff, yeah. I'm fine with that. If you want, you can whisper me, like, the dream address, and I'll check it out. You can just, like, whisper me, and my whispers are open for that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is gonna be the roost, which means this has gotta be something else. I'm convinced of it. I'm convinced this other side is gonna become something else as well. Because it'll be the roost, and then maybe something for Celeste? Which, by the way, in case you, I think Lily was talking about it earlier, but this is my art area. I've completed the art. I've found all the art. I have all the art. There is no art left to be found. So I have everything. I have the statues. Hey, Fuchsia, how you doing? Get all of the art pieces. It took me forever. Hello, other rock socks. Yes. Yes, hello to me. So you may notice that this one has Zelda and a Korok. This character I made after my boyfriend. So, he has fun with it. He doesn't play Animal Crossing. I just made him a character in Animal Crossing. So let's see, tail, cell, torso. I'm currently just keeping all the fossils I get at the moment. Because I use them as gifts a lot of the time. I just haven't been, because I'm not sure where I want to go with my decoration. And so I'm just like holding on to some of the fossils. Until I figure out. Plus I think coming up I'm going to get rid of a number of villagers. And so I have to get all new photos for a ton of villagers, so I'm going to need the extra fossils. You're going to change your basement, less horror? Fair enough. It's always a plan. If you want to show your like basement off a lot, it's always good for it to be a little muted, you know? I know one streamer, she specifically says she doesn't show horror basements, so she's like, you have to tell me beforehand if you've got like a murder basement or a horror basement, any kind of thing, because she's like like she's under, she allows under 13-year-olds a lot, so she's like family friendly, and as a result, so she allows for like children to be in there, which is all fine, fair enough, it's cool. But it means that she doesn't do murder basements. So you have to tell her if she's gonna come onto your stream, just not to go into it. Like, that's fine. So when I went and had her visit my island, I made sure to remove the warp pipe into my basement, in Emma's house, because it's the only way to get there. Because I have 2 other rooms you can only get into via warp pipe. And I wanted her to see the other rooms, so I was like, just don't go down to Emma's basement, don't check it out, don't go down there. I've removed the warp pipe that goes in there so you can still go to the other warp pipe rooms, but you physically don't go into the Emma's basement. So she went into the rest of Emma's house. I made sure to tell her when she was coming up to Emma's house that this was Emma's house, not to go in the basement. So she just didn't go in the basement. Because not the basement. The rest of the house is just kind of enchanted. So she doesn't do like horror islands, she doesn't do like murder basements, none of that stuff. She'll do like spooky, or Halloween themed, but she won't do murder basements. Which is perfectly fine. Yeah, it's not chopped off eyes, but it's normal eyes, but I think I accidentally made it more horrifying. Oh god. Yeah, no, sometimes you'll see like designs and you're like, what was this supposed to be? And they're like, oh, it was supposed to be this, and you're like, yeah, no, it did not turn into that. Not quite there. Not in the realm of that. But well done. And it's just a moment of like, oh, cool. Cool, you didn't achieve what you planned. But I'm very happy for you. I've seen some designs where like I made a dress and I was like, oh, this is so cute. But on 3 villager types, like body types, like some of the bigger ones, you know, like alligators and like some of the bears, it looks awful. The only people who look nice in it are the deer and the squirrels. Because they're just tinier. Do do do. Come on, money rock. Money rock. I do this for all of them because I'm like, it's free money. Why wouldn't you do a money rock if it's free money? Yeah, realistic eyes when you draw them in some games can be just utterly creepy and terrifying, and you're just like, what is this? Why did it turn out this way? What horror did I make? It's like, things themselves aren't that scary, but then if like, you'll see like, series of unfortunate events series, right? And it's got like eyes everywhere. And suddenly it went from like, oh, this is nice, these are some pretty eyes, to, dear God, the eyes. Or like, you'll go to like Little Nightmares, the game, and it has eyes everywhere. You're like, the eye look itself is not what's creepy, it's just like the connotation of it. of that it's like it's always watching you, you know? That's the creepy part. Okay. We're doing this the long way, because I can jump around. Because I want that bug. Bug hunting time. Buggity bug bug. See, I know all the shortcuts on my own. That's the thing. You'll be like, you'll give someone a tour of the... Oh my god, I missed the bug. You'll give someone a tour of the island, and you're like, oh yeah, I know where all the spots are. Or you'll watch them doing the tour if it's a dream address, and they're like missing this important area. And you're just like, but you go back. You missed it. It was just there. And they're like, oh, was that thing there? Because that's the thing. Unless you're like with the person, they're gonna clearly miss parts of your island. It's just a reality. Because obviously they don't know the island as well as you do. You're the one that spends all the time there. You're the one that like regularly does stuff on your island. Whereas they're just visiting. Unless they like regularly come back to your island, they're not gonna know where things are. It's like, I'll do hide and seek on someone's island, like a streamer or something. And unless I have been watching them make it, like, I'll have no idea what it is the island's supposed to look like. Or like where the best hiding spots are. Like I won't know where they've found people regularly before. So I won't know where to avoid, you know? Because if you watch someone like make an island, you're like, okay. And you see them do hide and seek with other people. You're like, okay, you like going there to check out and see if people are there, right? Obviously. And so then you plan around it. Whereas someone I watched make the full island and like go searching for people multiple times, I knew a couple areas they didn't really search. They do now, because I hid there and they found me one time. But normally, no. This music is good. It's a good bop. It's now officially Monday, unfortunately. It's past midnight. It is the day of Monday. And my desk is right near my boss. And it's near the music. We have music that plays at work and it's really loud. And I'm not excited. I just put the eyes on the wall and how did it turn out? Did it turn out as you hoped? Were your hopes and dreams improved? Were they dashed? I'm taking it that it wasn't good. I'm taking that the eyes don't look good on the wall. How big are these? Like really big eyes, by the way? Like a huge eyeball? Like is it 2 panels or is it 1 panel for each eye? Because I know you kind of have to like switch the way the eye is orientated for each side most of the time. You know? Thanks for the generosity, man. Good old Pascal. Alright, since you're cool, I left you something you'll dig. While I'm at it, let me lay some truth on you. The deep kind. Okay, let's see. Is it gonna be crazy or actually deep? Feel this. If you gotta say something that's hard, be sure it comes from a place of love, or at least a place of peace. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take a picture of that. That one deserves a photo. I mean, sure, a place of pizza can be a good place, I guess, for it to come from. Dear God, Pascal. He's certifiable. Okay. I need to find 4 bugs. Essentially. Just 4 bugs. We can do it. I can find 4 bugs. It is totally possible to find 4 bugs on this island. Can you see how many flowers I have? We are in Bugapalooza. This is Bugtopia. It is Blathers' worst nightmare. This is the place of Blathers' dreams. This is why he never leaves the museum. It's not because it's his job to stay there. It's not because he sleeps during the day. No. Because of the bugs. Okay, bugs. Buggy bugs. We are going to find these bugs. Between you and me, I bet they're hiding. I bet they think Flick is here, and that he wants to paint them and make them into sculptures. Because one has to wonder why Flick needs 3 of every bug he needs to make into a sculpture. Like, why wasn't 1 enough? Why do you need 3? Is he eating them? I assume not. There's gotta be bugs around here somewhere. This was the problem I faced during the bug off. The second bug off, not the first bug off. No, my first bug off, I only had flowers in one area. This was when I was terraforming and flattening. So I'd flattened most of the island, right? So much of the island was flattened. So I was at an advantage of, like, I only had a couple areas with bugs. It was the same thing with the fish. Like the fishing tourney, I only had, like, 1 path to the fish. All the rest of my water was gone. So I had 1 area to fish in. It made life a little easier, I guess. That kind of thing. But then when I had all of this, dear God, it was a nightmare. I had to, like, flatten some of my terraforming to make it easier for the fishing tourney. I was having such a hard time. At least your basement doors doesn't have a Gorefest. True. Very true. You could make, like, you know, the panels. You'd have simple panels with, like, blood smeared on them leading into the door. Why? Why do you like this area of balloons? Like, look at it. It angers me. It's fine. I've got time to prepare. This time. Oh, fuck off. I'm just mad. I am just mad now. Go into the water. Yeah, do it. I'm so... Why did it have to break then? Why? Of all times on this godforsaken earth to break, it chose then. I hate when when they break like that. Drives me mental. Okay, we're crafting another shovel. They make me so mad. I wish there was a version of the tools. I know we're never gonna get it, but I wish there was a version of the tools that wouldn't break. You know, like an ultra version. Like, I understand you need the tools to break for the achievement, like tool breakage a certain number of times. It's like thousands of times. You can literally do that and still have tools on you that, like, wouldn't break. Can you imagine if there was ever an update of that with tools that didn't break? How great that would be. Because that would just be amazing. It would be a humdinger of a day. I know I just said humdinger, but it would be. I'm almost tempted to just, like, edit the water down here and add jail bars. Like, just down here. To force it to move, like, one way or the other. You know, like, just down here. Force it to either go through here or go up through here. Not that I like it to go up through here. I'd love it to just, like, not go through here. But they seem determined to. They seem almost entirely determined to do that. And I have no idea why. Sorry I keep swallowing. There's like something that's like stuck in my throat. Like it came down and it felt like a razor blade. And I'm just like, I didn't swallow anything sharp. It must supposed to be like, you know, there's this thing I looked up and it's like when leftover food gets stuck up in this back palate of your mouth. So I'm like, maybe it's that. Because I've had a sore throat like all week. But I don't have like cold and flu symptoms. Just a sore throat. I think I still need to find more bugs. Okay. Buggy bugs. Come here, buggies. Buggies. I swear they're avoiding me. They're just like, nah. Nah, bro. We saw what you tried to do with that. With the balloon just before. We know what your capabilities are. And because of that, we're just going to downright avoid you. I'm really excited for all the crops, because the thing is, I'm going to use some of the crops as decorations still. Some of the pumpkins, some of the carrots, because there's a thing called wild carrots, you know? So I'm going to have some of them be wild amongst, like, the flowers and stuff. I'm very excited for it, you know? Bugs. Come here, buggies. There's gotta be bugs around here somewhere. I know I scared away a bug just now. They've gotta be here. With so many flowers, there can't possibly be no bugs. It's just not feasible. You know, there's always bugs. It's not like it's winter, where the only bugs seem to be like mosquitoes and some dragonflies. Because understandably, the bugs like to avoid the winter. You know? Like, why would bugs want anything to do with winter? I can't think of a good reason. You can garden? Woohoo! By garden, do you mean like gardening in the game, like planting flowers and stuff? Or do you mean like terraforming? Like terraforming garden, like making a garden. Because both are good. Or do you mean like physical gardening, like actual real world gardening? Because all those are amazing options. Wherefore thou the bugs? Ha! Bug. No one dare scared away, okay? No one? Got it? Cool. Yeah. Oh, in the game. Excellent. Is that all the bugs? No, I think I need one more. Alright, Solo, what do you want? There's a bug. Sorry, Solo. I'll come back. Scared it away. It's okay. I'm not crying on the inside. Don't hit Solo on the face. Fine, I'll help you and Buzz. I don't suppose there's a bug in it for me. I gotta find Buzz. Either of you are Buzz. Buzz, come here, Buzzy. I bet Buzz is near the bugs. Can't go that way. Butterfly. Your house is supposed to be cozy and cottageport with a basement and a living room ruin. Yeah. I'll be trying to organize for a house to be one theme, and then there's like one random room that like ruins it completely, and I'm like, why did I make this room? But you're like, dang, this room is cool. I want this, like, these furniture items and this kind of theme for it. So you have to decide if the house's theme is more important than that room, and whether or not you should destroy it. Essentially, that's what it comes down to. I feel like I must have gotten rice or something back there. Rice is the only thing that seems to be this kind of like painful when it finally like stops doing that. I once though had like sneezed while I was eating noodles and I had it come out my nose, but even that wasn't as painful as what this is right now. Once I finish streaming, I'm gonna have to go and stare at it in a mirror. Hopefully I'm not like bleeding in the back of my throat or something. That would be gross. Nope, no one up there. Buzz, where are you? Why don't you just be in your house? It'd be convenient to me. This is an unfortunate thing. Ah, yes, he's in his house. Excellent. I'm just gonna mute myself a minute while I blow my nose. Trying to get whatever it is stuck out of, like, back here is such a pain in the butt. Yeah, his house is. He has a great house, right? Like, it's so good for his thing, and that's why I'm like, I kind of don't want him to leave. But I also, like, I'm always like, I can invite him back, right? Because I have his amiibo card. So I can just, like, bring him back. Because I kind of want him and Rolf on my island, because they have like houses like themed around the mountains, you know. You can give me a mermaid island. I can give away my mermaid items though, or sell it, or make a mermaid area. You could make a mermaid area. Mermaid areas are pretty cool. A lot of people don't decorate their beaches enough, and I've seen some pretty cool like mermaid beaches. Now, you know, that's always an option. I know that, like, probably one of the coolest beaches I've seen was, like, Mermaidtopia. Oh, let's change now. I wasn't paying attention to what it was. Yeah, it's not that bad. I actually kind of like it. The colors kind of blend into his skin, but I'm not mad. The green one would have been awful. I gave the green and black one once to, Kid. That one actually was pretty cute. Yeah, give me the pheasant blouse. I have no idea why you still have that. He should never be wearing a pheasant blouse. He's not a pheasant blouse person. Okay, we just need to sell these things and drop this off on the cliff. Yeah, I think it's a piece of rice. That was stuck in my throat. No idea why I have rice back there, though. I don't want to think about it being anything else. And the other night I was, like, looking up, like, how do you get ringworms? Because, you know, I hate myself, apparently. As a result, I was just, like, mildly paranoid that I was getting ringworms. You know, because that's always, like, the best thing to be doing in the middle of the night, looking up random medical things you could have. That does not freak anyone out at all, ever. In case you're wondering, I got heavily freaked out and started analyzing the back of my throat to make sure I didn't have ringworm. Because I ate a lot of rice. And so I'm always, like, a little, like, just mildly paranoid about it. So I'm like, how would you tell? Google scares me, yeah. Google is a scary, scary place. And so is like WebMD. Terrifying places. I can speak to one person. Sell the items and change clothes. Easy peasy. Most of the time when I have to change clothes for this character, I just change his socks. Because I like the clothes he's wearing. I've changed his clothes a couple times, but I mostly just change the shirt, you know? Selling the items today. But you know, like WebMD, like searching it, I had a week the other day. Like not like recent, like last year. I was really stressed, right? You know, best time ever to look up anything, by the way, in WebMD. When you're stressed. Yeah, it's right up there with like middle of exam time or like, you know, any kind of great time of greater panic. Those are usually preferred times to look up medical stuff. So, I looked up medical, like, I was having a stressful time, and, like, half of my face went numb, and one of my arms, and I was, like, having this weird smell in my nose, and I was like, is this what a heart attack feels like? And I was like, oh my god, I'm having a heart attack. It was just stress. It was actually just stress. It was 100% stress. I can confirm it was stress. So yeah, that was the perfect time of, you know, day to look up that kind of garbage. Okay, we're gonna change socks. What socks do I want today? Green. Brilliant. Change the outfit. Because that counts. Like, it doesn't require you to change a lot, just change something. Which I'm grateful for. If I'm in a really cute outfit and I'm like iffy about the bag, I'll change the bag. That's how it works. The only thing left for him to do is the mail. Bam. Because I look up why my stomach hurts, and they're like, you could suffer from a very dangerous disease, and if you don't seek medical attention, you could. Exactly. It's exactly like that. It's like, oh hey, we're just gonna like casually in the middle of the night look up the symptoms for whatever it is we're feeling, so that way, you know, we know like we're gonna die. That's essentially like what it is. It's just like, hey, today's the day to give yourself a minor panic attack. Hooray. Hooray. Hooray for you. It's not a hooray day. It's a what were you thinking kind of a day. The thing is, most of these items that I'm filling in, that I'm filling out my main characters, because none of the others have ever like seen it. I didn't have it appear on my island. Didn't feel the need to catalog it on any of my other villagers. I got a lot of bingo wheels early in the game. Like early on, I had lots and lots and lots of bingo wheels. I have no idea why. Monk's Corner sofa, yellow sand. Here's the thing, some of these items are just a pain in the butt to try and find in game. So it's like, it's a matter of you have to trade, because otherwise you're never gonna find them. You know, just like never ever ever. Nope, not buying a second of that. Oh yeah, brake tapper. It's a mildly tedious task. It's not too bad though. It could be worse. There are worse things to have to do. Bunk beds. I have not sent silver. And the thing is, some of the items, like some villagers haven't even seen some of the items at all. And there's like multiple colors of that item. So I'm like, cool. Let's see. Camp stove. There's just so many items in this game, and I'm not mad about it. I'm actually excited that they're adding like some new ones, because it gives me more to like find and collect. I'm interested that some of these things are like purchasable this way through this, because I know some of them are specialty items. So I like that they're also in everything as well as like the special. Candy machine. Because the thing is, some people never see any of these. Some people never see any of these items. Because they're like, oh my god, that's an item. And you're like, yeah, that's an item in the game. And they're like, what? I've never seen that thing ever. And you're like, not surprised. Honestly, not surprised. It's such a pain in the ass to find. It's a bizarre item to find. The fact people are able to find it at all amazes me. Alright, so I think I'm gonna... Let's see, I'm gonna mute this side a moment. Mute this side. You know how to work with this. Yeah, that worked. Alright, so I'm gonna raid this guy. Because it's now been 5.5 hours and it's just nearly 1 AM. I'll hydrate, I got you. Alright, so I'm gonna read this guy. So, if you're subbed, you can use the sub raid. I don't think anyone who's subbed me is actually here at the moment. So the normal raid should work fine. The sub raid most of the time, by the way, looks like this. To infinity, exactly. Exactly. Because I need to figure out what the hell is back here behind my throat that's just like burning. And I've just got... And I've gotta go to bed. Because I've got work. And so I just have to. But thank you everyone for like being here, for hanging out with me. People who like Kai, thanks for raiding. Thank you everyone else for sticking around or popping in or saying hey or just lurking. And welcome to the new chatters and people who hung around and chatted. Yeah, gnome. I gotta figure out a picture for like the zoom in of the gnome. I think you can see someone redeemed a gnome. So it was down here. I didn't move it over to the other one. I should have. But, gnome. I love gnomes. Gnomes are great. Gnomes are a delight. I don't know if they're in the middle of doing dream addresses at the moment. So anyways, have fun. Bye. See you guys next time.